in 2024. It gives me great pleasure to extend to you all a very warm gratitude on behalf of the co-organizers, Baku International Multiculturalism Center, the Center of Analysis of International Relations, and Baku Initiative Group in partnership with the G20 Interfaith Dialogue Forum. Would like to thank the experts for taking their time and making it to this event. Recalling the resolution adopted by the United Nations General Assembly proclaiming 15 March as the International Day to Combat Islamophobia, we will explore how Islamophobia emerged a new form of racism that includes, among others, discrimination, stigmatization, and exclusion in all areas of life. Today's major topic of concern, ladies and gentlemen, is Islamophobia. This is a topic that each one of us can relate with. Despite our relentless efforts towards ensuring equal rights and opportunities for all, it's very unfortunate that we have not been able to completely uproot this social evil called Islamophobia. As an integral part of the Islamic civilization, Azerbaijan today serves as a platform for rigorous discussions, research presentations, and open dialogues aimed to address multi-faced issues of Islamophobia. Over the next few days, we'll delve into the historical, social, economic, and cultural factors underpinning Islamophobia, examining the impact of discriminatory policies, media biases, and social misconceptions. Our objective is not only to raise awareness, but also to develop concrete solutions that address the root causes of Islamophobia and foster global socials. The conference will convene professionals, academics, government officials to explore the global, historical, theological, and political dimensions driving Islamophobia. Participants will engage in insightful discussions, pose critical questions, and examine the intellectual origins of prejudice against Muslims and Islam. Our aim is clear: to cultivate an environment where people of all faiths coexist harmoniously, where diversity is celebrated and where principles of justice and equality prevails. Let us approach these discussions with open-mindedness, understanding, and empathy. Dear guests, dear conference participants, hope to further enhance cooperation and collaboration with you in the area of combating Islamophobia. Thank you. Now I would like to welcome to the stage Mr. Hikmet Hajiyev, Assistant to the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Head of the Department of Foreign Policy Affairs of the Presidential Administration of the Republic of Azerbaijan, to deliver the address by His Excellency Mr. Ilham Aliyev, President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, to the conference participants. Mr. Hajiyev, the stage is yours.
Good morning, dear conference participants. I am privileged and honored to deliver the message of His Excellency President Ilham Aliyev to the participants of the conference. Dear conference participants, I welcome you to the international conference themed Embracing Diversity, Tackling Islamophobia in 2024, held in Baku. The timing of this event, on the eve of the holy month of Ramadan, for the Islamic world and the International Day to Combat Islamophobia, holds a significant symbolism. Regrettably, Islamophobia trends across the world are on the rise. We are witnessing the portrayal of Islam as a potential threat, with doubt, discrimination, and open hatred against the Muslims becoming increasingly widespread with each passing day. As stated in the United Nations resolution on the International Day to Combat Islamophobia, rise in instances of discrimination, intolerance, violence directed against religious communities as a source of particular concern. It's deplorable that today Islamophobia has become integrated into the state policy of numerous Western countries that consider themselves democratic. These countries account for 80% of all manifestations of Islamophobia that occurred around the world in the last year. In some European countries where Islamophobia has skyrocketed and been promoted as an official ideology, such as insulting actions as the burning of Holy Book of Quran and publishing caricatures of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, are presented as a freedom of speech. France, along with its traditional neo-colonialism policy, is pursuing a policy of open pressure and discrimination and staging various Islamophobic campaigns. Legislative acts and political decisions that are exclusively target Muslims, limiting their rights and freedoms, are often disguised as secularism. In this country, mosques, Muslim community centers, cemeteries are desecrated in one way or another, and Muslim citizens endure oppression. Instead of combating these manifestations that insult the feelings of the Muslims and holding the perpetrators accountable, the governments of those countries are inflaming the Islamophobic feelings. Azerbaijan. Unfortunately, certain Western institutions that also portray themselves as democratic are engaging in anti-Islamic activities. Today, the European Parliament, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe have become platforms that promote Islamophobia and pursue the policies based on that ideology. The present negative trend is also evident in the operations of some global media entities. They deliberately target Islamic faith and Islamic culture, distort the true essence of Islam, trying to equate it with the terrorism and smear it. We strongly condemn these trends that increasingly aim to tarnish our religion. Looking at a world map, we can see that Muslims are the ones that suffer from terrorism the most. Azerbaijan is also a country that suffers from the Islamophobia. Among the dire consequences of Armenia's 30-year-long occupation of our lands was a deliberate destruction, annihilation of our cultural heritage of universal value, including the monuments associated with the Islamic faith. While initial estimates suggest that 65 mosques had been razed to the ground during the occupation, unfortunately that number is steadily increasing, as numerous new examples of Armenian vandalism against Islamic heritage continue to emerge. Furthermore, discoveries have been made regarding the hundreds of Muslim cemeteries razed to the ground with a deliberate alteration and falsification of the designation of the Muslim places of worship, mosques and tombs. In most cases, these sites were used as barns for animals considered haram in our religion. Such offensive actions insult not only our feelings, but also those of the Muslims of the world. In the meantime, destruction of Azerbaijan's Islamic historical and cultural heritage in the territory of Armenia is also particularly regrettable and matter of the concern. Azerbaijan has raised this matter with the UNESCO, calling for the technical mission to be sent to that country for assessing the conditions of our cultural and religious sites subjected to destruction in Armenia for years. Unfortunately, to this day, UNESCO is yet to respond to our request. We take pride in Azerbaijan being a multinational, multi-confessional country. Representatives of all religions and ethnic groups live here in peace as one family. Religious equality and inclusivity safeguarded in our country as an asset, embodies a way of life for the Azerbaijani people, serving as a source of strength. Stemming from that, it is only natural that respect for multicultural values constitutes one of the priority directions of our state policies. On the global scale, as well, our country is doing its utmost best to encourage and promote peace, peaceful coexistence, and humanism values. Azerbaijan supports harmonic relations among diverse cultures and spearheads numerous global initiatives focused on inter-civilizational and intercultural dialogue to foster mutual understanding. A vivid testimony is that there's a long-standing tradition of hosting World Forum on Intercultural Dialogue in Baku in May. In the 21st century, there must be no place for Islamophobia, xenophobia, or racism. Associating terrorism and extremism with any civilization or ethnic group is an erroneous approach. Using religion for political motives only serves to divide and incite confrontation in the societies. Such manifestations also deprive the humankind from the ideal of humanism and universal values, ultimately resulting in inter-civilizational conflicts. Today's event showcases Azerbaijan's determination to combat Islamophobia as one of the challenges of the modern era. I am confident that this conference will make a contribution to concerted efforts to combating Islamophobia and generating fresh initiatives aimed at promoting the culture of tolerance and peace founded on the respect for religious and faith diversity. I extend my best wishes to you and wish conference success. And I also wish happy and blessed Ramadan to all our participants who celebrate. İlham Aliyev, President of the Republic of Azerbaijan.
Thank you, Mr. Hajarev. Before we begin with our today's sessions, please let me switch to opening remarks. I would like to welcome to the stage Mr. Ravan Hasanov, the Executive Director of Baku International Multiculturalism Center. Mr. Ravanov, please.
Dear participants, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our international conference on Embracing Diversity, Tackling Islamophobia in 2024, dedicated to the International Day to Combat Islamophobia on March 15. First of all, it's my pleasure to see all international guests in Baku City, and I would like to express my gratitude to everyone who supported this platform, especially co-organizing institutions. I believe that the conference, which held in Baku for the second time, will play a shaping role for establishing coordinated activities, realizing new projects, and develop new forms to combat, new methods to combat Islamophobia. Actually, this is one of the main reasons why this platform was created. The participation of approximately 130 international scholars is one of the main indicators of the interest of this Baku event and also importance of topic. Thus, I would like to thank everybody who generously accepted our invitation and travel at the event. And speaking about our program, we will have very interesting and deep 3 days program. We will listen very important reports and presentations. It's also planned visit to Shusha city, which has been declared the capital of Islamic culture in 2024. And I believe that this trip will leave a deep impression on our guests. Dear participants, unfortunately in the time we live in, Islamophobia and discrimination have become the reality of today. And this manifestation is becoming more radical with time. To realizing the policies of discriminations against people based on their belief by various states or political circuses, hate speech, marginalization, or formation of stereotypes in society prevent us from looking at the future with hope. In today's interconnected world, where the information flies at the speed of the light and the borders increasingly relative, we have been witnessing the spread of Islamophobic narratives through various channels, from social media to political discourses, from the halls of power to deeps of social sphere. Islamophobia manifests itself in insidious way by boosting stereotypes and marginalizing Muslim communities around the world. Unfortunately, in a number of societies, especially in Western countries, that identify themselves as a protector of liberal values, there is a specific propaganda targeting Islam and Muslim communities carried out. There is a program formulated and legal steps taken in this direction. For sure, this process can differently develop in different geographies, but it feels that there is a general trend. The geography where everybody can live in a peaceful coexistence regardless their beliefs, religion, or affiliation disturb somebody's. Wrong decisions made by some political leaders lead to tragedy, millions of people, and then this presented to societies as a radicalization of religions. For sure, this disturbed also Azerbaijani people and Azerbaijani society, which also belong Muslim culture, Islamic culture, which also elevated multicultural values in its state policy. And one more time, I would like to stress that we are ready to fight together against this negative manifestation. And for sure, we are not so naive to believe that we will solve many problems through one conference within this conference, but it's our reaction. And I believe that our reaction will be more coordinated. One more information I would like to share with you. During the preparation time of this conference, we got so many messages. And I feel that there are somebody's worried about our coordinated work. I would like to stress that this conference is scientific in its nature and is not against any political circuses. And it's our duty to build more tolerant, more inclusive society for our next generation. On behalf of Baku International Multiculturalism Center, I welcome you again, and I'm 100% assured that we will achieve our common goal. Thank you very much and welcome again.
Thank you, Mr. Hasanov. Now I would like to invite to the stage Mr. Farid Shafiev, the chairman of the Center of Analysis of International Relations. Please welcome.
Distinguished guests, friends, first of all, welcome to Baku again, to Azerbaijan. This is the second year, and I see a lot of familiar faces. That means that we already have a group of people, group of experts, like-minded people with whom we are working to tackle Islamophobia. I try to be short and to emphasize a few issues. First, in terms of the outcomes, in terms of the results which we are expecting from this conference, I think we can group in two categories our actions. One is the political actions, or says public advocacy. So we have distinguished panelists, people who are practicing politics in respective countries or in international organizations. And to tackle Islamophobia, to tackle discrimination, we need the political actions, we need the international actions. That's the one area of our collaboration. The second area, it's among the experts and academicians. We see the rising bias and discrimination in media, and when we're speaking about global media, that's also the fact of, it's the reality that global media is dominated by Western media, and also in academia. Sometimes, you know, whenever Azerbaijan is hosting any big international events, we are subjected to criticism, and we're quite open about our goals. Why we're doing that? Because we have experience with discrimination, bias, especially in the last, I would say, half year. We've seen the waves of criticism on Azerbaijan, related to various events, COP29, for example, but our long 2-3 decades conflict with Armenia taught us that indeed we are facing well-organized media campaign and also academia campaign. So for that reason, we have a lot of academicians from around the world, from Muslim countries, from non-Muslim countries, and we hope that we will be able to create a network of like-minded people, academicians, to tackle Islamophobia. In this regard, I would like again to honor the memory of the great academicians Edward Said, who promoted the idea of Orientalism, which indeed revealed the conceptual problems and the political problems related and historical problems related to Islamophobia. So we can, speaking about the joint actions, we can start with some mini projects. We can start with some mini programs, with some joint reports. So that's my call from this podium. Unfortunately, the geopolitical tension which we can see around the globe, the Russian-Ukrainian war, the crisis in the Middle East, raised the several issues related to various forms of Islamophobia, because when we're speaking about Islamophobia, we're speaking about general discrimination. And we indeed open if the Christians also subjected to discrimination. So we invited people of different faiths or any other religious, let's say, denominations are subjected. We have to fight together because it's all discrimination. We've seen in the context of these geopolitical events, which I just mentioned, at least two, this discussion, white immigrants, black or Oriental immigrants, and we see how they treated differently. Another fundamental question is freedom of speech, and we see in some Western universities now the events organized to promote one-sided narratives, to discuss only one heritage. So that is the area when we hope to cooperate. And taking this opportunity, I also would like to remind that today is actually also International Days of Women. And I apologize to all ladies, women who are working today. Especially I would like to thank media representative, because it's the holiday in Azerbaijan. Indeed, speaking about Islamophobia, gender issue should be also focus of the fight against discrimination. And one of the panels tomorrow will be dedicated to discrimination. Speaking about the International Women's Day and speaking about Islamophobia, I would like to recall one more incident, unfortunately. In one of the provincial cities in France, we had the statue of the Azerbaijani poet or poetess, Khurshudbani Natavan. The woman lived in 19th century in Karabakh region of Azerbaijan. She was a philanthropist. She funded different programs. She wrote poems. And in a token of the relationship between two countries, the statue of Natavan was installed in one of the French provincial towns. But unfortunately, recently it was vandalized. So the government of Azerbaijan seen that the complete inaction from the French authorities, the country which is hosting UNESCO. So we just recently moved this statue to our embassy in Paris. But this vandalism, it's not accidental street vandalism which we can see everywhere. It is a result of the policy. It's the result of the inaction, or even we have not heard any apologies from the French government for what happens. And when we took this statue, it was just a few days ago, we've seen that the statue not only vandalized in terms of the way put some paints on statue, but it was destroyed, the face was destroyed. This is quite unfortunate, and today, speaking on the International Day of Women and at the day when we launched this conference on Islamophobia, I think these incidents should ring alarm for many other countries, for many other experts around the globe. And it's just opportunity again to discuss our common actions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shafiev. Well, actually, we should have watched a video address by Mr. Miguel Angel Martínez, the United Nations Under-Secretary General and High Representative for the United Nations Alliance of Civilizations. But unfortunately, being unable to make a video address due to being iron-born, I'm privileged to deliver his speech on his behalf. Message by United Nations Under-Secretary General Miguel Martínez, High Representative for the United Nations Alliance of Civilizations, on the occasion International Day to Combat Islamophobia. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me first to express my warmest wishes to all Muslims around the world on the occasion of the holy month of Ramadan, which is round the corner. Around the world, many Muslims continue to face the rise in Islamophobia and bigotry against Muslims. Anti-Muslim hatred should also be seen along other phenomena such as a resurgence in neo-Nazism, xenophobia, and hate speech, targeting vulnerable populations, including Muslims, Jews, and some minority Christian communities, as well as others. Discrimination based on religion or belief is an affront to the Charter of the United Nations and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Islam is known to be a religion of tolerance and moderation. In fact, all faiths espouse humanistic values of compassion, religious understanding, and mutual respect. These values are the glue to hold our human family together. On the International Day to Combat Islamophobia, let us recommit to stand up against bigotry and all forms of discrimination based on religion or belief. Let us continue to strive to build just, peaceful, and inclusive societies, which way the dignity of all human beings is upheld. The United Nations Alliance of Civilizations remains committed to standing up against all forms of religious intolerance. Thank you. Now I would like to welcome to the stage Mr. Youssef Al-Dobey, Assistant Secretary General of Political Affairs of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Mr. Al-Dobey, please, the stage is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين ومن تبعه بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. الحضور الكريم، اسمحوا لي قبل أن أبدأ بكلمة منظمة التعاون الإسلامي أن نرفع أسمى آيات التهاني بمناسبة قدوم شهر رمضان الكريم إلى فخامة رئيس الجمهورية وحكومة أذربيجان والشعب الأذربيجاني الشقيق، وإلى جميع الدول الإسلامية باسم منظمة التعاون الإسلامي، وإلى الحضور الكريم. أسأل الله أن يديم علينا الخير والنعمة والسلام في عالمنا الإسلامي. واسمحوا لي أيضا في البداية أن نتقدم بجزيل الشكر والعرفان إلى حكومة أذربيجان بمناسبة انعقاد هذا المؤتمر الثاني لإحياء ذكرى يوم 15 مارس من كل عام كيوم خاص لمكافحة الإسلاموفوبيا. هذه القضية التي تؤرقنا نحن في منظمة التعاون الإسلامي ونتابعها ونرصدها عن كثب، ونقوم بالعمل الكثير من خلال المرصد الخاص لظاهرة الإسلاموفوبيا في منظمة التعاون الإسلامي، وأيضا من خلال مراكز مختصة لدينا كصوت الحكمة وإدارة الأقليات والمجتمعات المسلمة التي تقوم برصد هذه الظاهرة التي تزعج كثير من الدول الأعضاء في منظمة التعاون الإسلامي، وهي ضد الإسلام والمسلمين، ونحن كمسلمين براء من هذه الظاهرة. أيضا في شهر 3 لدينا العديد من الفعاليات لخصوص هذه الظاهرة، سواء في بروكسل أو جنيف أو نيويورك وبعض الدول الأعضاء. فشكرا لكم حكومة جمهورية أذربيجان، الدولة العضو الفاعلة والنشيطة في جميع أنشطة منظمة التعاون الإسلامي. صاحب الفخامة إلهام علييف رئيس جمهورية أذربيجان، أصحاب المعالي الوزراء والسفراء والمشاركين الموقرين، السيدات والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يشرفني أن أشارك باسم منظمة التعاون الإسلامي في هذا الحدث الهام، وأثمن الدعوة الكريمة التي تلقيناها، وأود أن أشكر مجددا حكومة أذربيجان ومركز باكو الدولي للتعددية الثقافية ومركز تحليل العلاقات الدولية على حفاوة الاستقبال وكرم الضيافة. في أعقاب اتخاذ الجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة للقرار رقم 254 على 76 الذي حدد يوم 15 مارس من كل عام يوما دوليا لمكافحة الإسلاموفوبيا، تم حث البلدان والمنظمات الدولية والإقليمية والمجتمع المدني وغيرها من الأطراف المعنية على تنظيم فعاليات مختلفة تهدف إلى زيادة الوعي على جميع المستويات لوضع حد لظاهرة الإسلاموفوبيا وكراهية المسلمين، والاحتفال باليوم الدولي لمكافحة هذه الظاهرة. وقد اتخذت جمهورية أذربيجان خطوات مثالية فيما يتعلق بتنفيذ القرار المذكور، وذلك بتنظيمها منذ العام الماضي فعاليات دولية رفيعة المستوى بمناسبة اليوم الدولي لمكافحة الإسلاموفوبيا. وكما نشهد جميعا هذا اليوم، فإن تجسيد القرار يكتسي أهمية أكبر من خلال تنظيم هذا المؤتمر الدولي تحت شعار قبول التنوع التصدي لكراهية الإسلام في عام 2024 الذي يوافق الذكرى السنوية الثانية لليوم الوطني للدولي لمكافحة الإسلاموفوبيا. والواقع أن هذه المبادرة الجديرة بالثناء تعكس الالتزام القوي لجمهورية أذربيجان بمكافحة كراهية الإسلام كعضو فاعل ونشط في منظمة التعاون الإسلامي. وأود أن أعرب عن تقدير الأمانة العامة لمنظمة التعاون الإسلامي العميق لحكومة أذربيجان لتنظيمها مثل هذه الفعاليات البالغة الأهمية، لأنها تمثل تذكيرا دائما بأن الإسلاموفوبيا وغيرها من أشكال كراهية الأجانب غير مقبولة، وأن الكراهية والتعصب يمكن أن يتجسدوا بشكل عنيف، خاصة عندما يرتكبان على أساس المعتقد والدين. وتعتبر منظمة التعاون الإسلامي إعلان الأمم المتحدة اليوم الدولي لمكافحة كراهية الإسلام إنجازا بارزا وإقرارا عالميا بأن التحريض على الكراهية والتعصب على أسس دينية يمكن أن يخلق ظروفا تشكل تهديدا للسلام والأمن والاستقرار في العالم. وتتطلع المنظمة إلى النتائج التي سيفضي إليها هذا المؤتمر، وسنتابعها بكثف على أمل أن تتمكن جميع الأطراف المعنية من الإسهام في تعزيز الوعي العالمي بخطر الكراهية والتعصب ضد المسلمين، مع تشجيع المجتمع الدولي على اتخاذ تدابير ملموسة لمكافحة هذه الظاهرة وتعزيز التسامح والتعايش السلمي بين أتباع مختلف الديانات في جميع أنحاء العالم. وأعتقد أن هذا التطلع مهم جدا بالنظر إلى المستوى المثير للجزع الذي ما فتئة الإسلاموفوبيا تنمو فيه على مدى السنوات القليلة الماضية. وفي هذه الأيام لا تزال الأعمال الاستفزازية مستمرة، ومن خلال رصدنا لها في منظمة التعاون الإسلامي، حيث يساء إلى شخصيات مرموقة ورموز دينية وتدنيس نصوصنا الدينية وكتبنا المقدسة، وتهاجم أماكن العبادة، ويستهدف الأفراد بسبب عقيدتهم أو دينهم. ولذلك يلزم اتخاذ إجراءات عالمية ملموسة لمكافحة خطر التحريض على الكراهية والتمييز والعنف القائم على أساس الدين. وما فتئت منظمة التعاون الإسلامي في لقاءاتها واجتماعاتها وتشاورها من التحذير من انتشار هذه الظاهرة. وقد بذلت منظمة التعاون الإسلامي جهود مختلفة لمكافحة الإسلاموفوبيا، بما في ذلك زيادة الوعي العالمي وتشجيع الحوار بين أتباع الديانات والدعوة إلى وضع سياسات لمعالجة التمييز والتحامل ضد المسلمين. ومن شأن اتخاذ أي إجراء على أي مستوى من المستويات أن يساعد في ذلك. وفي الختام اسمحوا لي أن أجدد دعوة منظمة التعاون الإسلامي إلى المجتمع الدولي لاتخاذ تدابير ملموسة وتوحيد الجهود لمكافحة الإسلاموفوبيا وتعزيز قيم التسامح والتفاهم والوئام والتعايش السلمي بين أتباع مختلف الأديان. وفي الأخير فإن الإسلام بريء من الإسلاموفوبيا. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Mr. Aldabey. Now I would like to invite to the stage Mr. Cole Durham, the president of the G20 Interfaith Dialogue Forum. Mr. Durham, the stage is yours, please.
So, Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure for me to be back in Azerbaijan on the occasions of a second and expanded conference on Islamophobia. I'm happy that my organization, the G20 Interfaith Forum Association, has been listed as a partner of the program, though I hasten to add that we cannot claim much credit for this event. I want to begin by giving credit where credit is really due to the Baku International Multicultural Center and others who have done the real work of organizing this event here in Azerbaijan. I would like to stress that as we are working this year, the G20 forum this year is in Brazil. Brazil is the host country, and I can assure you that we have been approached already by various Muslim groups in Brazil, and we're doing our best to be inclusive and to carry the work of minimizing Islamophobia forward. In my short comments, I want to focus on what I shall call widening the circle of response. There can be little doubt that Islamophobia is a growing phenomenon that deserves to be identified, criticized, and effectively countered wherever it arises. But I am reminded of an experience early in my career when serving as a member of the Advisory Council on Freedom of Religion or Belief for the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. Concerned with rising incidents of anti-Semitism, the OSCE appointed a High Representative to address the anti-Semitism crisis. But the OSCE quickly realized it couldn't take a one-sided approach, so it simultaneously appointed High Representatives for Islamophobia and Christianophobia. The point was that it was imperative to widen the circle of response to increase violations of the fundamental rights of individuals in all three communities of religion or belief, and there's no doubt that other non-Abrahamic religions could have benefited by similar heightened attention. What this experience brought home to me is that when we are dealing with an issue such as Islamophobia, we need to do all that we can to understand and root out the problem wherever it is found. But we need to be conscious at the same time of other types of religiously linked hatred, and to understand that the deepest and most effective solutions can help heal the wider circles of harm that torment our brothers and sisters in other faith traditions. The protections that will help some of us will help all of us in the end. I've just come from Geneva, where I had the privilege of listening to the report of the Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Religion or Belief, a woman who I've known for many years and for whom I have great respect. The report focused on the hatred on the basis of religion or belief. It was not only timely with its awareness of Quran burning and other signs of Islamophobia, but some of its main points deserve mention here. I can only scratch the surface of the report and encourage you to obtain it and study it in due course. But its general thrust is worth bearing in mind during our discussions here. The Special Rapporteur is careful to evaluate the relevant international human rights framework, in particular the nuanced provisions of the Rabat Plan of Action, which provides a multi-step set of criteria that provide a context-sensitive way of determining when hateful conduct should be criminalized. But it's important to remember that part of the thinking at the time Resolution 1618 was adopted was that the real problems couldn't be solved by passing symbolic laws. Action needs to go much further. That is a substantial part of what this year's Special Rapporteur's report was about. Moving beyond the legal framework for analysis, the Special Rapporteur emphasized that we need to look not only at specific speech acts, but at structural factors which often provide the context for hatred based on religion or belief. Laws that are passed to address such hate situations need to take special care to respect religious freedom and other human rights norms, or they may compound the problem. But on the root causes, and they need to focus on the root causes as well, and the structural factors that lead to the hate incidents in the first place. Sometimes problems can be solved by using counter-speech strategies, responding to bad speech with more speech. Attention can be paid to the underlying processes that produce prejudicial attitudes. A variety of other practical steps can be considered. States can introduce mechanisms that help direct attention to recurrent problems. Public officials can receive training on how best to diffuse recurrent problems and problem settings. States can convene dialogue or diapraxis arrangements that may help bring people together, resulting in better understanding and building of mutual respect. Action plans can be developed to address specific challenges. My point is not to summarize all the Special Rapporteur's recommendations. That goes on for about 30 pages, and you'll be glad to know I'm about to conclude. But it's to draw attention to that report, which I thought was quite thoughtful in reminding us that we need to think of the bigger picture as we wrestle with this, with the problem of Islamophobia. We need to focus not only on legal tools, but a variety of other practical measures that can help people overcome differences. I hope in our time together, we can widen our circle of responses by expanding the range of solutions that we consider. Thanks to everyone here for their contributions to widening these circles so that we can draw together, and I'm grateful to be here in your midst and to learn from so many of you. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Durham. Dear distinguished guests, now let's watch a short film presentation on Islamophobia. Please focus your attention on the board.
Islamophobia continues to be widespread in Western countries. A variety of propaganda promotes hatred against Muslims and persecutes them. Numerous anti-Islam actions features hate speeches and posters degrading Muslims' dignity. From the essence of all these measures, it seems that these things are managed by some forces, that behind them is an organization that makes people hate each other. It has already become a tradition in some Western countries to burn the Quran. Media outlets that air this process under the guise of freedom of thought insult and humiliate millions of Muslims. This is blatant racism and hate crime. It cannot be explained as freedom of thought. Wars taking place in the world and the subsequent refugee migrations allow Islamophobic tendencies to grow. Muslims forced to leave their homeland by wars come to Europe to find refuge and save their lives. However, rising cases of Islamophobia in Europe are leading to their mistreatment. Currently, in some Western countries, there is a selective attitude towards Islamic countries, and Islamophobia has become state policy in some countries.
Conduisent à un durcissement très fort, y compris dans des pays où l'islam est la religion majoritaire.
As a result of this, a targeted campaign is being waged against Islamic culture and its traditions, and several measures are being taken to discredit it. Many parties in Western countries and their leaders are fighting against Islam to gain power. They believe that in this way, they will gain more votes from incredibly chauvinistic and nationalist circles and seize power. They'll be able to expel people professing the Islamic religion from the country. The fact that Islamophobic and neo-Nazi parties and individuals have a voice in the Western political arena already indicates a greater danger. One of the other steps taken to discredit Islam is that some Western countries are funding terrorist organizations and creating various radical groups in the name of Islam.
Something like 25% of their territory.
Subsequently, various terrorist acts are carried out through them, and a negative attitude towards Islam is formed in Western society. Attempts are being made to defame, denigrate, and equate Islam with terrorism. All of these factors contribute to the reactivization of racist tendencies in the world, such as discrimination, xenophobia, and Islamophobia. Interreligious dialogue, cooperation, and multiculturalism are part of vital importance in preventing Islamophobia. To achieve this, countries must serve to strengthen relations between religions and cultures. We must actively work towards enhancing Islamic solidarity and promoting Islamic values. Countries around the world must prevent the rise of religious discrimination and stop the spread of religious conflicts. To reach this point, the unity of religious diversity and the dominant position of tolerance in society must become the main line of state policy in all countries. We need to promote multiculturalism. Great efforts are of vital importance for the formation of multicultural societies and the promotion of these ideas. All states must contribute to the development of multicultural societies, define this as public policy, and be able to turn it into a way of life. Only then will we be able to witness the disappearance of Islamophobia, which we call the killer of human rights.
for your attention. Okay, finally it's time to switch to plenary session named Calling for Global Dialogue to Promote Tolerance, Peace and Respect for Human Rights and Religious Diversity. Please welcome the moderator of this session, Mr. Fariz Ismailzadeh, the Vice Rector for External Government and Student Affairs, ADA University. Mr. Ismailzadeh, you are welcome to invite to the stage your speakers. Thanks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a bit hard to continue our discussions after such video because it really shows the pain and tragedy of people, Muslims around the world, and also shows the sufferings that Azerbaijani people have gone through in Karabakh during the occupation. We will now continue our discussions in plenary session, and it is my great honor to invite the participants. First of all, I would like to invite His Excellency Sheikhul Islam Allah Shukür Paşazadeh from Azerbaijan, the chairman of the Caucasus Muslim Board. Şeyh Hazretleri, sizi davet edirik. Next, I would like to invite Ambassador Khalid Omer Mohammed from Sudan, Director of the Center for Civilizational Dialogue at ISESCO. His Excellency, Mr. Ambassador, welcome to the panel. Also, I would like to invite Head of OIC Islamofobiya Observatory, Dr. Arianto. Also, we have from South Africa, Mr. Ibrahim Rasool, former ambassador, founder of the World for All Foundation. Next, Secretary General of the World Muslim Communities Council, Dr. Mohammed Berchari from United Arab Emirates. And last but not least, Mr. Afzal Khan from United Kingdom, Vice Chair of the British Muslim and Shadow Minister for Exports in Labour's Business and Trade Team. Welcome as well. Your Excellencies, dear participants, we will continue our discussion. And first, I would like to pass the floor to His Excellency Sheikhul Islam Allah Shukür Paşazadeh from Azerbaijan, the chairman of the Caucasus Muslim Board. He will speak on the topic, combating xenophobia in all its forms and manifestations as an important tool for ensuring global peace and stability. Şeyh Hazretleri, söz sizindir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Elhamdülillahi Rabbil alemin. Vessalatu vesselamu ala seyyidina Muhammedin ve ala alihi ve ashabihi ecmain. Möhtərəm sədarət, değerli konferans iştirakçıları, aziz qonaqlar, sizleri salamlayır. Uca Allah'tan tədbirimizin işine rəvac və xeyir dualar diləyirəm. Azərbaycanın İslamofobiya ilə bağlı beynəlxalq konferanslara ev sahibliği etmesi artık ənənəyə çevrilmiştir. İslam dünyasının mütərəqqi, dini, mənəvi dəyərlərinə dərin ehtiramı, dinlərarası anlaşma və mehriban qardaşlıq mühitinin hökm sürməsiyle tanınan Azərbaycan dövlətinin əməli səyləri dünya miqyasında nüfuzumuzu artırır, bütün beynəlxalq müstəvilərdə mövqilərimizi möhkəmləndirir. Qədim dövlətçilik ənənələrinə malik Azərbaycan xalqı məhz milli mənəvi dəyərlərinə sadiqliyi sayəsində özünün mövcudluğunu, milli özünə məxsusluğunu bugünə də qoruyub saxlaya bilmişdir. Dinlərarası, məzhəblər arası harmoniya mühitində multikultural birgə yaşayış təcrübəmiz dünyada model olarak təqdir olunur. Dilindən, dinindən, milli mənsubiyyətindən asılı olmayaraq bütün vətəndaşlarımız milli birlik, mənəvi vəhdət ideyaları ətrafında bir araya gətirən Azərbaycan bugün dünyaya multikulturalizm, İslam həmrəyliyi ideyalarını təqdim etmək qüdrəti olan dövlətə çevrilmişdir. İslam dəyərlərinin ümumbəşər əhəmiyyətinə dəyər verən müqəddəs dinimizin sözsevər mahiyyətinin dünya miqyasında təbliği və müdafiəsi istiqamətində əməli səylər göstərən dövlət başçımız İlham Əliyev cənabları multikulturalizm ili ardınca İslam həmrəyliyi ilə elan etmək kimi müdrik qararları müəllifi olduğu Bakı prosesi ilə dünya miqyasında dinlərarası diyalog, sivilizasiyalar arası əməkdaşlıq işinə böyük töhfələr vermişdir. Bütün ölkə boyunca o cümlədən işğaldan azad olunmuş ərazilərimizdə əsarətdən qurtulmuş dini mənəvi irsi ehtiramla bərpa və nəfis şəkildə yenidən qurulan məscid və ziyarətgahlar, bütün dinlərə məxsus ibadətgah məkanları ali diqqət və multikultural dövlət təfəkkürün təzahürüdür. Dinimiz İslam, sülh, anlaşma, əminamanlıq mahiyyətində bəşəri dəyərlər duran dinimizdən təxribatlar üçün sui-istifadə olunması, qaralanarak gözdən salınması yol verilməz əməldir. Azərbaycan dövləti dünyanın istənilən nöqtəsində İslam müqəddəsliklərinə, rəmz və şəxsiyyətlərinə qarşı hər hansı hörmətsizliklərə görə öz etiraz səsini ucaldır. Milli dini qarşıdurmalara yol açan nifrət çağrışlarına qarşı qətiyyətli etirazımızı ifadə edirik. Biz İslami dəyərlərdən siyasi məqsədlər üçün sui-istifadə edən dini dəyərləri məqsədyönlü şəkildə təhrif edənlərə qarşı mübarizədə faallıq göstəririk. Xatirimdədir, hələ 2004-cü ildə BMT İslamofobiya qarşı mübarizə konfransı keçirmişdi. Qərb ölkələrində anti-İslam təzahürünə qarşı dövlət səviyyəsində mübarizə aparılsa da, ksenofobiyanın qarşısını almaq hələ də mümkün olmuyor. Avropa İttifaqı və müxtəlif beynəlxalq qurumlar bu halı daim pisləsə də, bu anti-humanist irqçi hərəkat davam edir. İndi də artmaqda və genişlənməkdədir. Bugün daha çox Avropa ölkələrində, o cümlədən İsveçdə, Danimarkada, Fransada, Niderlandda ksenofobiya və İslamofobiya halları müşahidə olunur. Qərbin orta əsərlərdə və müasir dövrdə apardığı siyasət nəticəsində müsəlmanların bu qitəyə artan miqrasiyasının qarşısının alınması məqsədi ilə hətta faşist yönlü hərəkətlər yaradılır. Hesabatlara əsasən müsəlmanlar Avropa əmək bazarında, yaşayış yerlərində, təhsil müəssisələrində diskriminasiyaya məruz qalırlar. Fransa'da İslam dini mensuplarına karşı aksiyalar devamlı olarak geçirilir. Bu ülkede etiqad azadlığı ciddi tehlike ile üz-üzədir. İslam peygamberinin karikaturalarının çekilmesi, Kur'an-ı Kerim kitabının yandırılması, rublik təhqir olunması halları, məscidlərə qarşı təcavüz 21. əsrdə özünü demokratik elan eden Avrupa'nın reallığıdır. İslami düşman elan edenlerin apardığı yanlış siyaset, son 30 yılda Müslümanların Garp ülkelerine migrasiyasını süratlendirmiştir ki, bu da Garbin yakın ve Orta Şərqdə, eləcə də Afrika'daki hərbi ameliyatların fasadıdır. Məhz bu silahlı müdaxilələr insanları yurtlarını terk etmeye vaat edir. Avrupa'daki ekstremist teşkilatlar ise muhaciret ettikleri için mecburi migrantları təzyiqlərə məruz qoyurlar. Beləliklə, Müslümanların muhaciretini ve İslamofobiyanı doğuran sebepler eyni mənbənin siyasetin acı nəticəsidir. Möhtərəm konferans iştirakçıları, İslamofobiyanın en katı əleyhdarı kimi beynəlxalq alamda öz səsini uca kürsülərdən ardıcıl səsləndirən, öz əməlləri, səyləriyle dini mənəvi değerlerine ehtiramını təsdiq etmesi ülkemizin prezidenti İlham Əliyev cənabları Bakıda Qoşulmama Harekatının tədbirlərindən birində çıkışı zamanı İslamofobiya hallarına ifade azadlığı adı altında beraat kazandırmasını tamamıyla məsuliyyətsizlik, kabul olunmaz hal kimi qiymətləndirmişdir. Bütün bunlardan çıkış ederek İslam dünyasının ayrılmaz parçası, tarihen Şərq ile Garb arasında körpü rolunu oynayan sivilizasiyaların bir araya geldiği mekan olarak Azerbaycan devleti, İslamofobiya tezahürü olan İslamofobiyanın karşısına alınması işine öz töhfəsini vermektedir. Ülkemiz bütün müteber beynəlxalq tribunalardan İslamofobiya ile yanaşı Hristiyanfobiya, antisemitizm hallarına karşı daima öz sesini ucaldan, nifret çağrışlarına itiraz eden, dini zeminde ayrı seçkilik hallarını qətiyyətle pisleyen mevki nümayiş ettirir. Dini merkez olarak biz dinlərarası diyalog ve emektaşlık müstevisinde bütün beynəlxalq forum ve platformalarda bu mövqeyini faal müdafiə edirik. Uca Rabbin yarattığı en büyük değer olan insan hayatının xilası, kanunların, mənəviyyatın ve adaletin aliliyle mümkün. Təəssüf ki, bəşəriyyətə təhdid olan amillerin reallaşması ve böhranların derinleşmesi, beynəlxalq hüquq normalarına riayet olunmaması, insan hüquqlarının pozulması, ikili standartlar, kabul edilen kararların yerine getirilmemesiyle alakadardır. Bu bakımdan beynəlxalq İslamofobiya ile mübarizə gününün təsis edilmesini təqdirə layiq, əhəmiyyətli hadisə kimi değerlendiririm. Başı beynəlxalq multikulturalizm merkezinin bu mövzuya xüsusi diqqət ayırmasını yüksek kıymetlendiririm. Dünya ictimaiyyatı milli, irqi, dini zeminde dözümsüzlüğe yok demelidir ve bunu hayat terzi kimi kabul etmelidir. Beşeri sivilizasyaların tokuşturulması astanasına sürükleyen İslamofobiya kimi ksenofob düşünce ve emeller ıslah ve inkar olunmalıdır. Mukaddes kitabımız Kur'an-ı Kerim'de buyurulur: Euzubillahimineşşeytanirracim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Vel tekun minkum ummetun yed'un ila'l hayr ve ya'murun bil ma'ruf ve yenhavun anil munkar. İçerinizde insanları yaxşılığa çağıran, hayırlı işler görmeyi emreden ve pis emelleri qadağan eden bir cemaat olsun. möhtərəm konferans iştirakçıları, 11 ayın sultanı Ramazan ayı ərəfəsindəyik. Qarşıdan gələn bu müqəddəs ay münasibətilə bütün dünya müsəlmanlarını təbrik edirəm. Ən xoş arzularımı diləyirəm. Uca Allah'tan dünyada, ölkələrimizdə sülh, sabitlik, qərar verməsini dua edirəm. Və Azərbaycan suverenliyi yolunda canlarını fəda edən şəhidlərimizə rəhmət diləyir, qazilərimizə şəfa diləyirəm. Uca Allah Azərbaycanı və onun müdrik rəhbərini hifz etsin, dünyada hər zaman əmin-amanlıq hökm sürsün. Bir də mən istifadə edərək burada mənim qardaşım qızı, Kəmran müəllimin mənim qardaşım olub, dostum olub, onun qızı və bütün qadınları təbrik edirəm bayram münasibəti ilə. Və həm də mən təşəkkürümü bildirirəm Bəyək Hikmət müəllim prezident adından bizi Ramazanın başlanğıcı ilə təbrik etdi və mən istərdim ki, burada konferans adından, burada oturan iştirakçılar adından biz də prezident İlham Əliyev cənablarına öz təşəkkürümüzü bildiririk. Vəssalamu aleykum və rəhmətullahi və bərəkatuhu.
Təşəkkür edirik Şeyx Həzrətləri. Çox maraqlı təqdimat üçün, çox maraqlı məqamlara toxundunuz. Həm İslamofobiyanın siyasi məqsədlər üçün istifadəsi barədə, həm Azərbaycanın siyasəti haqqında çox maraqlı tezislər dediniz. Eyni zamanda bizim cəmiyyətə və beynəlxalq ictimaiyyətə vacib çağırışlar etdiniz. Sizin dualarınız üçün, bu çağırışlar üçün minnətdarıq və minnətdarıq ki, bu günləri bizimlə birlikdəsiniz. Dear participants, next I would like to give the floor to Ambassador Khalid Omar Mohammed from Sudan, Director from the Center for Civilizational Dialogue at ISESCO. Please, Mr. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah ve salatu selamu ala Resulillah. وعلى كل أنبياء الله ورسله لا نفرق بين أحد منهم. المؤتمرون الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. تحية خاصة لجمهورية أذربيجان على نهجها المتصل في شوط ترسيخ دعائم السلم الدولي في جهود تعتز منظمة العالم الإسلامي للتربية والعلوم والثقافة إسيسكو بأنها كانت دائما على مقربة منها، لا سيما تلك الجهود الشخصية الذكية التي يقودها الرئيس إلهام علييف وتمضي على درب الإيمان، ذلك الإيمان الذي عبر عنه الشاعر الأذربيجاني الشهير نظام قنجابي في أبيات شهيرة حين قال: جد العقل في السفر لكنه لم يتعرف عليه، وجد البصر في البحث عنه لكنه لم يجد من يشبهه، ودخل العقل قائلا: لقد طلبته وكان هذا تجاوزا منه فأدبته. فالتحية للقائمين على أمر هذا المؤتمر الكريم، لا سيما مركز باكو للتنوع الثقافي العالمي. وإذ أخاطبكم فإنما أخاطبكم باسم 54 دولة هي أعضاء الإسيسكو، التي تمثل عملا جبارا تلتزم فيه المنظمة باختصاصاتها في التربية والثقافة والعلوم، إرساء لدعائم الحوار الحضاري القائم على المصداقية والفهم والإبداع. ويكفي أن الإسيسكو في رؤيتها الجديدة قد فتحت الباب أمام عضوية الدول المراقبة من غير العالم الإسلامي، وهو نهج تمضي فيه بقوة واقتدار. السيدات والسادة، أمس الأول صباحا في مقر منظمة الإسيسكو كان المشهد استثنائيا دافئا وموحيا، مجموعة من 20 مواطنا ألمانيا نصفهم مسلم والنصف الآخر مسيحي زاروا المنظمة وتجولوا في أنحاء متحف السيرة النبوية والحضارة الإسلامية الذي بلغ عدد زواره خلال هذا العام 23-24 5 ملايين زائر. كانت المجموعة بعض المشهد العظيم الذي استوعب تلكم الومضات ذات البعد الإنساني الغامر. لقد اكتنفتهم المشاعر الروحية التي تفيض بها أبهاء المتحف، فعبروا خير تعبير عن تلكم الآصرة الباقية، ولتجدن أقربهم مودة للذين آمنوا الذين قالوا إنا نصارى. لقد جاءت الزيارة وما رافقها من تجليات في الإخاء والمودة لتقول بأن السنوات التي أنفقناها في إدارة حوار بين أتباع الديانات، وعلى وجه الخصوص أتباع الدين الإسلامي وأتباع الدين المسيحي، لهي سنوات تستحق أن تشهد بعد 60 عاما ما يطمئننا على أنها تمضي في الطريق الصحيح. الطريق الصحيح التي تتطلب منا وفاء حازما بجملة من الاستحقاقات تضمن أن نتقدم على نهج التفاهم والتعاون ولا نرتد إلى ما تحاول قوى الظلام فرضه علينا. بهذا المدلول فإننا مدعوون بين فترة وأخرى إلى تقييم التجربة ووصلها بمعطيات الراهن في محاولة لشحذ طاقة جديدة فيها تستوعب التطورات ونمط التغيرات الذي يشهده الكون. لقد شهدنا خلال السنوات الخمس الفائتة من التحولات ما يستوقفنا مسائلا عن مدى إدراكنا للآثار البنيوية التي تخلفها هذه التحولات في صميم العلاقة شرق غرب شمال جنوب. جائحة كورونا، الشجار المحتدم في التداول حول المناخ، استفحال الهجرة العشوائية، زيادة وتائر البطالة عالميا، الحروب الدولية المتصاعدة أوروبيا وأسيويا وأفريقيا، بروز معضلات الملاحة في الممرات الاستراتيجية، حرب الذكاء الاصطناعي وغير ذلك من المستجدات. على سبيل المثال مرت جائحة كوفيد-19 وتركت من ظلال التجارب ما يؤكد الحاجة الماسة لمزيد من التقارب بين المؤمنين المهتمين بالفهم الأعمق لأقدار السماء، المؤمنين الملتزمين بالتجاوب المتسق مع الفطرة الإنسانية. أكدت يوميات الوباء أن أنجح من عبروا المأساة هم من استعصموا بالقدرة على العطاء والتضحية والبذل، لأنهم يعلمون أن ثمة ربا يرى ويحاسب ويثيب على كل جهد. كانت منظمة الإسيسكو قد خرجت في يوليو 2020 بوثيقة تضامن عالمي انطلقت في مؤتمر الحوار قادة الأديان من مبادئ 5 أساسية. أولها حق الإيمان واحترام الأديان، والمبدأ الثاني حق الحياة ونشر السلم، والمبدأ الثالث التضامن الإنساني والتعاون في بناء اقتصاد عالمي عادل، والمبدأ الرابع الالتزام بثقافة التسامح في القول والسلوك، والمبدأ الخامس المساواة في الحقوق والواجبات بين المرأة والرجل. أين تقف هذه الوثيقة من مقتضى تجسيد العلائق بين التوجهات المختلفة؟ هل نبذل جهداً كافياً لتأسيس قاعدة بيانات فعالة المحتوى على طريق الحوار العالمي تضمن إضاءات مثل هذه الوثيقة وسواها من الإسهامات الممتازة؟ إن التفاتاً جاداً نحو هذه المؤشرات الذكية الدالة كفيل بأن يختصر الجهد والوقت ويجنبنا التكرار المفضي إلى الملل والإخفاق. لقد سعت منظمة الإسيسكو وستظل تسعى بجسارة إن شاء الله لترسيخ التوجهات السياسية والسياسات المناهضة لحريات التعبير والاعتقاد أينما كان، وبابتكارها المفهوم الجديد الدبلوماسية الحضارية. تؤكد الإسيسكو نهجها المحتفي بالعطاء الحضاري الإنساني وقدرته على حل النزاعات والحد من الصراعات ذات الطابع الثقافي والأيديولوجي، وإشاعة حوار الثقة والتفاؤل في المقاربات الرامية إلى تعزيز قيم التعايش والتكافل والتضامن الدولي. وبذات المنهاج تؤسس الإسيسكو لمداخل عقلانية في مجابهة التيارات العنصرية المتطرفة إزاء المجتمعات المسلمة وكتاب المسلمين المقدس القرآن الكريم. وفي هذا السياق كانت المنظمة قد أصدرت بيانا ثرا قويا امتدحت فيه السلطات الدنماركية على موقفها البرلماني المشرف في تجريم المساس بالمصحف الكريم أو التعرض للمقدسات بأية إساءة أو شنآن. وفي خطوة أوثق تقيم الإسيسكو في منتصف هذا العام بمشيئة الله منتدى دوليا يحمل اسم القرآن في قلب أوروبا، وسوف يشهد المنتدى إطلاق المبادرة الواعدة اقرأوه لتفهموه كبادرة دعوة إلى إعمال المنطق والجهد والإنصاف في النظر إلى موروثات الآخرين ومصادر وعيهم الحضاري. ثمة حديث كثير في هذه الورقة عن المتغيرات والتطورات الراهنة أحاول أن أتجاوزها لكي لا أستغرق وقتكم، ولكنني أركز على نقطة واحدة أساسية في هذه الورقة وجوهرية، هي التي تتحدث عن إذا كان المؤمنون جميعا وقادة الروحيون يعملون بجهد ومصداقية للتقارب والتفاهم وإزجاء حوار يتسم بالعقلانية والتعاون الوثيق، فما هي المعضلة؟ يبدو أن النقطة الجوهرية تكبر فيما يبدو أن ثمة مركزية طاغية تصر على ارتداد كل الجهود إلى عالم الخواء الحزين، مركزية سياسية وإعلامية ومالية غلابة تصادر كل نزعة إنسانية ماضية صوب سلام البشرية وأمنها وأمانها. وإلا على سبيل المثال، كيف يمكن تبرير ما يحدث في غزة اليوم؟ إن الأسى لا يكمن في أن آلة العدوان الإسرائيلي تمارس حرب إبادة علنية، بل أقسى ما في الأمر أن ثمة قوى تحاول تبرير العدوان، تبرير التجويع وتبرير بقاء الأطفال والعجزة والمسنين تحت صقيع البرد لا مأوى ولا كساء. صحيح أن منظوماتنا الدينية ومؤسساتنا الثقافية والروحية تولي اعتبارا للواقع، ولكن علينا أن نتذكر أولا أن المجتمع الإنساني المؤمن هو من كبر الحجم واتساع المساحة ما يؤهله لأن يكون ذا كلمة مؤثرة إن أفلحت الجهود في توحيده وترجمة تطلعاته، فهو ليس مجتمعا ساكنا بل إنه يتمتع بديناميكية فاعلة. ثانيا، إن مؤسسات العدالة الدولية قد أبانت مؤخرا في عدد من القضايا الراهنة على تمتع بالاستقلالية وقوة في الحجة وقدرة على الالتزام، وكل ذلك يصب في صالح موقف المجتمع المؤمن الذي نسعد به. ثالثا، إن ثمة تصاعدا ملحوظا في الصوت الجماهيري الرافض لما تنتجه أقلية مقتدرة من فرض سياساتها على المنتظم الدولي الإنساني، وفي هذا التصاعد ما يشكل عامل ضغط ينبغي الأخذ به في الاعتبار. أيها المؤتمرون الكرام، ختاما، إن تعاهدا وثيقا بين أتباع الإيمان بالوقوف متحدين بإيمانهم ضد المركزية المتعسفة هو الخطوة الأكثر دلالة على أننا نمضي في الطريق الصحيح، طريق الحقوق والواجبات المتدثرة بالعدالة والإنصاف في الالتزام بالقانون الإنساني الدولي. شكرا لكم والسلام عليكم.
Thank you very much, distinguished Ambassador. Thank you for your comments about the interfaith dialogue, some concrete actions and activities that can be done to raise awareness about Islamophobia, about collective actions, and thank you for describing us the policies of ISESCO. It's very interesting and very useful to know. Next, I would like to pass the floor to Dr. Arianto, head of OIC Islamophobia Observatory. I would like to say that I am planning to take some questions from the audience, so maybe we try to limit our speeches to 6-7 minutes if possible. Then we also have chance for discussion and questions from the audience. The floor is yours, Dr. Arianto.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Excellencies, distinguished speakers and participants, I feel very honored today that I'm having the opportunity to speak in front of you about Islamophobia under the thematic session calling for global dialogue to promote tolerance, peace, and respect for human rights and religious diversity. From the theme that we are discussing now, there are two key elements which I think worth underlining. The first is dialogue, and the second is promotion of tolerance, peace, and respect for human rights and religious diversity. And since this session is dedicated to observe the International Day to Combat Islamophobia, let us elaborate these two elements, then we'll try to find the connections between these two elements with the phenomenon. Before I come to that point, Excellencies, everyone should have agreed that Islamophobia now is becoming a global phenomenon. It continues to spread at an alarming speed together with other forms of xenophobia. And in certain countries, even hatred and intolerance are considered as legal actions protected by law. Such worrisome situation has been confirmed by reports and statistics. In this context, the adoption of the United Nations General Assembly Resolution 76254, designating 15 March as International Day to Combat Islamophobia, is truly groundbreaking, which was reinforced by even stronger by the UN Human Rights Council's adoption of Resolution 78214, approximately about 1.5 years after. I would say that these UN resolutions, together with UN Resolution 1618, are really crucial steps needed to combat incitement to hatred, discriminations, and violence being done based on one's religions. And the OIC gives a lot of credit, so much credit to the United Nations, to countries, and all parties who have dedicated commendable efforts toward the adoption of these said UN resolutions. What is essential from these UN resolutions? There are many essentials that can be taken from these UN resolutions, and I can mention at least two. First is the resolutions mean a global acknowledgement that Islamophobia exists, which is very important. That Islamophobia exists among global challenges that need to be tackled. That's the first essential. And the second one is that these resolutions bring about implicit definitions about Islamophobia, defining it as a form of hatred and intolerance, which is very important, because so far there is no single consensual definitions about Islamophobia. Different parties have different understanding about the terminology, and I think the resolution of the United Nations has given us a very clear lead towards the future. How to address such a situation? Here we come to the connections between dialogue and Islamophobia. I think we also agree that finding a comprehensive solution to Islamophobia rely on collective work and active contributions from all stakeholders, including governments, international organizations, non-governmental organizations, civil societies, and also communities. And we also understand that there are many different major causes of Islamophobia, such as during the previous presentation, we are able to identify some major causes like rising popularity of far right, the issue of immigrants and refugees, wave of terrorism and extremism, as we could see on the video or movie played before the session, meaning that there is no single remedy for Islamophobia. Islamophobia is, very complex, that each needs a unique approach. Here, I am just trying to offer a perspective that combating Islamophobia need to be taken at different fronts, and one of them is through dialogue. And why dialogue? Because dialogue bridges the fear and lack of understanding that divide people of different religions, culture, and civilization. The continuous growing trend of hatred and intolerance in the world today has sent an urgent message that dialogue must play a bigger role to cope with the constant challenges. This means that interfaith, intercultural, and interreligious dialogue need to be intensified and expanded in terms of their participation and action. And what kind of dialogue? Not every dialogue will apply. The interfaith and intercultural dialogue should focus on specific target, which is to promote tolerance, peace, and respect for human rights and diversity. A noble quest which is guaranteed by the international law under the notions freedom of religion and belief, according to which every person has a right to worship as he or she pleases, and no one has the right to make a mockery on this particular matter. So before I close this statement, I'd like to propose some practical recommendations. First, stakeholders need to organize interfaith and intercultural dialogue, focusing on promotion of tolerance, peaceful coexistence, respect for human rights and diversity. And I believe it will work because dialogue is peaceful by nature. It is usually less controversial. And the second point that I'd like to suggest is to continue organizing events to observe the International Day to Combat Islamophobia. It will serve as a constant reminder that Islamophobia is a form of hatred and intolerance, therefore need to be fought, need to be combated together with any other forms of Islamophobia. And the last point that I'd like to suggest is to build on the UN Resolution 1618 and Resolution 78-214 to promote tolerance and diversity across the world. The said UN resolutions are not just legal documents, but they also provide with prescription on how to deal with hatred, intolerance, stigmatization, and incitement to hatred and violence based on one religion. And the resolution, for instance, the resolution 1618 is even more sophisticated because this resolution has already a follow-up mechanism in the form of a sample process. Before I really finalize this statement, I'd like to mention a little bit about the Islamophobia Observatory. It is a unit or center operating under the Political Affairs Department in the organization of, in the General Secretary of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. So, as a unit or center, our main mandate, there are three that we are doing. The first mandate is we do monitoring on daily basis, incidents and events or statement, discourse, whatever related to Islam across the world. And our second mandate, and we are doing it as like our regular function, is we provide analysis, we draw a map, we draw a picture, and we provide a regular report to our member state that we submitted every year to the Council of Foreign Ministers. And our last mandate, and actually for the last mandate we need more support because to be honest, we are lack of resources, and I believe that countries like Azerbaijan and other countries who have strong commitment on combating Islamophobia will be able to help, which is to address the Islamophobia as a phenomenon on the ground. And I think this is the thing that I can deliver during this short presentation, and if there is anything to be discussed further, we can discuss it during the discussion session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Arianto. You have described very well the activities of the observatory, and you have called for active participation of civil society, NGOs, in tackling this complex problem as Islamophobia. Thank you also for addressing the issue of definitions. You know, there are different definitions in different organizations. And thank you for your practical recommendations. Next, I would like to give the floor to representatives of South Africa, Mr. Rasool, former ambassador, founder of the World for All Foundation, who will speak about the South African Muslim minority confronting racism and Islamophobia. Please, Mr. Rasool, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, moderator of the discussion. Thank you very much to the Azerbaijani government, the president, for hosting us. And I greet my fellow panelists and all the participants who are here. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and good morning. I want to say that in the world that we live in today, that 90% of the countries of the world have significant minorities of other cultures of at least 10%. 90% of countries have minorities of at least 10%, and at the same time 25%, more or less 500 million Muslims find themselves living as a minority. And therefore this growing phenomenon of Muslims being part of 90% of the world's countries is a phenomenon that must be discussed, because what it describes is that we are living in a world that is multicultural, meaning that there is the coexistence of different cultures in the same space and time. But this does not make the world multiculturalist, meaning we have not developed the policies, the attitudes, the language, and the know-how about how to coexist. And therefore we have seen the intensification in the last 100 years of a number of pathologies, a number of bigotries that have intensified, such as racism when white encounters black, such as Islamophobia when the Christian West more or less encounters the Muslim other, such as misogyny. And therefore we have seen the growth of gender-based violence, particularly in the last 100 years. It has existed before. I'm speaking of the intensification. That is why xenophobia has gone on steroids, and we have entire communities deported from where they have made their homes. And so Islamophobia that we come to discuss here has particularly intensified in the last 100 years in the West, but it has also now begun to infect the larger historical Muslim minorities in the East. And we have seen the kind of tensions that have grown at that moment. What it tells us is that our battle for a multiculturalist world is a battle to combat all bigotries, all discrimination, all prejudices that have intensified over the last while. There is no single solution. There's no silver bullet that if you combat racism, you combat Islamophobia. If you combat Islamophobia, you combat xenophobia. If you combat xenophobia, you have overcome misogyny. And so all of these children that have developed out of fear and prejudice, out of discrimination, all of them have to be combated. And therefore, unless the victims of Islamophobia, the Muslims, can make common cause with the victims of racism, black communities across the world, we will not be able to deal and defeat the demon of bigotry in the world. And so, South Africa has a particular lesson that we have learned over 350 years of Islam in South Africa, that we have now emerged as a South African Muslim minority community. And I use minority not in the notion of inferior. It's simply a calculation that if you are a few and others are many, then you find yourself in a situation of a numerical minority, not a psychological minority. And I must say that because otherwise our confidence as actors and activists are affected. What South African Muslims have emerged with after apartheid is the right to be different and the necessity to be the same. So this is particularly important for minorities where you are different by virtue of your religion, but you may be the same by virtue of your nationality. And if you make the two opposites, you will never find the formula for multiculturalist coexistence. You are simply living in isolation. And so what did South African Muslims do? In the anti-apartheid struggle, we fought both racism and Islamophobia because we also understood that racism and Islamophobia were not just individual acts between two different people or between two different communities, they were also institutional acts. They were either legislated by the state or they were tolerated by the state, but they were never combated by the state. And so we needed to fight it both institutionally, at the communal level, and as individuals. The second thing is that we made no sub-distinctions between the victims of bigotry. And the third one is that we decided as South African Muslims to prioritize the pain of others who were in majority, like the pain of black people in the face of racism. And the corollary was that if we defeat the major bigotry like racism in South Africa, we would be in a better position to defeat the demon of Islamophobia in South Africa. And that is what we did. And that is why very many people know across the world that Nelson Mandela was in prison for 27 years. What they don't know often is that Ahmad Kathrada was in the jail cell right next to him for 26 of those 27 years. Many people know that Steve Biko was tortured to death by the apartheid security police. What they don't know was that similarly Imam Abdullah Harun was tortured to death by the apartheid security police. And what that tells us is that South Africans did not stand aside fighting Islamophobia only, but they stood foursquare in the battle lines to fight racism and apartheid. And therefore, we realized the designation of our beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that before he was Rasulullah, before he was the messenger of God, he was Al-Amin, the trustworthy, the one who was trusted. And so we earned our trust in the fight against racism, so that when we defeated racism, automatically we were able to write a constitution that outlawed Islamophobia. And so, for example, the first right in our constitution is the right to equality. The seventh right is the right to freedom of speech. The second right is the right to dignity. The seventh right is the right to freedom of speech. You can't have freedom of speech if you don't have equality and dignity for people, and your freedom of speech cannot violate the equality and the dignity of anyone else. Even if you dislike them as a Muslim community, you cannot have the right to be discriminatory against them. And so I conclude my discussion by saying that the Muslim community of South Africa was able to achieve that because it understood that the jurisprudence, the fiqh that we had to be tailor-made to our minority position, the fiqh of minorities. Secondly, we understood that if we were to have a fiqh of minorities, we would have to do that with the maqasid al-sharia, the intents of the sharia, and not every rule and regulation. And that ends up by saying that despite our small number, it was our hikmah, our wisdom, the adoption of a fiqh of minorities that was based on the maqasid al-sharia, that we have been able to get into positions of strength by virtue of representation. When Nelson Mandela announced his first cabinet in 1994, there were 9 Muslims in that cabinet, despite us only being a 2.5% community. And therefore, we have learned the power of being able to integrate into our communities in a way that was paid for by blood, sweat, and tears. There is no freedom without sacrifice. And there is no sacrifice for yourself if you do not do it for every other victim of discrimination and bigotry. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Ibrahim Rasool. Thank you for, this was interesting description of the South African model, and you have quite well linked the issue of Islamophobia and racism, how you cannot really fight one without fighting the other, and how these problems are related. And thank you for describing the issues of, Muslim struggles in East as well, because we think only of Europe, but in certain Eastern countries, Muslims are also suffering a lot. Thank you very much. Well, we are coming towards the end of our panel, so I would like to give each speaker around 6-7 minutes to conclude, and then we will take some questions. Dr. Mohammed Bechari from United Arab Emirates, Secretary General of the World Muslim Communities Council. Please, Dr. Bechari.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أولا السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. انضم إلى المتحدثين أولا في إرسال التبريكات والتهاني لفخامة الرئيس على هذه الولاية الجديدة، ونسأل الله سبحانه وتعالى أن يديم الخير والبركات والأمن والأمان على دولة أذربيجان. والرسالة الثانية هي بحلول 8 مارس عيد، وصار عيد المرأة، أي بعد أسبوع سوف يكون الإعلان اليوم العالمي لمحاربة الإسلاموفوبيا والكراهية. نجدد أولا تحيات للمرأة الأذربيجانية بالخصوص، والمرأة العالمية، والمرأة الغزاوية اليوم التي تعيش تحت هذه الحرب البشعة والتي ذهب ضحيتها اليوم أكثر من 35,000 من ضحايا هذه الحرب. آسف وأتأسف أن العالم اضطر أن يعلن عن يوم 15 مارس أن يكون يوم عالمي ضد الإسلاموفوبيا. نتأسف أن يضطر العالم بعدما كانت للأمم المتحدة في إنشائها وتأسيسها بنيت على أساس احترام حقوق الإنسان واحترام التعددية واحترام الشعور الديني. في سنة 1981 أقرت الجمعية العمومية للأمم المتحدة انطلاقا من المبادئ المؤسسة للأمم المتحدة وإلى مبادئ حقوق الإنسان أنها تصدر قرار جديد، قرار يضمن التعددية الدينية ويحارب التمييز العنصري على أساس ديني أو عرقي أو جنسي. هذه السنة كانت نتيجة لما يجري بالأحداث العالمية، كان في إيران أو كان في أفغانستان. في 2011 بمبادرة من خادم الحرمين الشريفين الملك عبد الله رحمة الله عليه، أقرت الأمم المتحدة قرار رقم 65/224 بتاريخ 11 أبريل 2011، وكان هذا القرار قرار أو قانون تجريم ازدراء الأديان، قرار تجريم ازدراء الأديان. وتلت ذلك بعد هذا القرار عدة مبادرات، مبادرة الملك الأردني في بعدما أعلنت بعد ذلك الأمم المتحدة ما يسمى بأسبوع الوئام العالمي، قرار وإعلان مراكش في 2016 الذي يضمن لغير المسلمين حرية التعبد وحرية ممارسة شعائر تعبدية، انطلاقا من وثيقة المدينة. في 4 فبراير وثيقة 2019 وثيقة الأخوة الإنسانية. هذه الوثائق كلها وكل هذه المبادرات التي قام بها المجتمع والدول العربية والإسلامية ومن خلال منظماتها، منها منظمة المؤتمر الإسلامي، منظمة الإيسيسكو، والمنظمات الأخرى الشبيهة التي تشتغل داخل هذا الفضاء، ما كانت إلا صرخة في مواجهة هذه الإسلاموفوبيا التي تحولت من ظاهرة اجتماعية فردية إلى مأسسة إيديولوجية وقولبة إيديولوجية بدأت تسري حتى في الخطب والبرامج السياسية في بعض الدول الغربية. والخطورة هنا تكمن أنه هناك عجز أممي لمحاربة ظاهرة التطرف والتعصب والكراهية. كيف يمكن أن يعقل اليوم ونحن في الألفية الثالثة أن يحرق القرآن الكريم، أو كيف يحرم امرأة مسلمة لأنها ترتدي حجابها من دخول الأماكن العامة، وكيف ويحرم عدة من المسلمين والمسلمات في بعض الدول، ولا يجب أن نعمم أن هذه الظاهرة بأنها موجودة في كل دول العالم وخاصة في الدول الغربية. المسلمون 550 مليون مسلم يعيشون حالة أقلية دينية وبشرية وعرقية خارج العالم الإسلامي. 50 مليون مسلم منهم يعيشون في الدول ما يسمى اصطلاحا بالدول الغربية. 500 مليون مسلم الأخرى تعيش في تناغم تام مع المكونات المجتمعية الأخرى، كان ذلك في آسيا أو في أفريقيا أو في أمريكا الجنوبية. إذن هناك إشكال تواجه المنظومة الفكرية الغربية في التعامل مع المخالف لها دينيا أو عرقيا أو جنسيا. ولهذا أدعو إلى 3 إجراءات استعجالية مهمة. أول شيء، يجب العمل كمنظمات غير حكومية، كمنظمات مجتمع مدني، كمنظمات رسمية، العمل على تجريم ازدراء الأديان وتضمين ذلك في القوانين الوطنية. لا يجب أن ننقل هذا التجريم من القانون الأممي والعمل دعوة الدول الأعضاء على الالتزام به في قوانينها الوطنية. دولة الإمارات في 2015 أقرت في القانون رقم 2/2015 تجريم ازدراء الأديان والتجريم التمييز على أساس ديني أو عرقي. الإجراء الثاني، دعوة تصحيح صورة الإسلام وصورة الآخر عموما في الكتب والمناهج الدراسية. ذلك أن الإسلاموفوبيا لها رصيد معرفي مع الأسف الشديد مبني على صورة خاطئة تمرر من خلال الكتب المدرسية. ولقد قمنا مع منظمة العالم الإسلامي للتربية والعلوم والثقافة الإسيسكو بعقد عدة ورشات وندوات في الغرب من أجل تصحيح هذه الصورة، وأصدرنا كتاب تصحيح هذه الصورة وأقر من طرف وزراء الخارجية الدول الإسلامية في 2019. وثالثا هو الإجراء الثالث، وهو تكثيف عملية الحوار، تكثيف عملية التواصل مع المكونات الدينية والعرقية، والحرص على مبدأ المواطنة الشاملة والدفاع عن أسس الدولة الوطنية. وهذا يجب أن يكون عمل وشعار واستراتيجيات منظمات، خاصة المنظمات التي تشتغل في عالم المجتمعات المسلمة. ولقد استبدلنا مصطلح الأقليات بالمجتمعات، ذلك لأن الأقلية لها مدلول أو قد يكون لها مدلول تحس به أعضاؤها بالدونية. ولا أظن أن المجتمع المسلم في الهند 250 مليون مسلم، ويتعدون الآن 100 مليون مسلم في الصين، أنهم أقلية بالمفهوم. نعم، هم أقلية عددا إذا قسنا بالمصطلح العام، لكن هم مكون أساسي في هذه المجتمعات. واستبدلنا مصطلح الجاليات بالمجتمعات لأننا نعتقد أن الجالية هي من الجلاء، والجلاء مصيره الانقراض، ولا أظن للمكون العربي والإسلامي أنه يريد أن ينقرض. إذن اصطلاحنا هو المجتمعات المسلمة كاصطلاح وكممارسة وكفقها تنظيريا يعمل على تسهيل الوجود الإسلامي في هذه المجتمعات. وإن كان مجمع الفقه الإسلامي الدولي التابع لمنظمة التعاون الإسلامي في دورته في عمان في 2015 استبدل مصطلحا آخر سماه المسلمون خارج العالم الإسلامي. أختم بالقول إن الإسلاموفوبيا ليست بظاهرة اجتماعية أو حالة طارئة. الإسلاموفوبيا بدأت تتجذر اليوم في عقول كثير من الغربيين خصوصا، بدأت أن يكون لها دعامات فلسفية وفكرية تؤصل لها، بدأت أنها أصبحت إحدى المشاريع السياسية ليست فقط حصريا على أحزاب اليمين المتطرف، وإنما أصبحت كذلك مع الأسف الشديد في عدد من الأحزاب التي كنا نعتقد أنها وطنية وأنها تؤمن بالعدالة الاجتماعية. كل التحية والشكر أولا لدولة أذربيجان على تنظيمها المنتظم لهذا المؤتمر ولهذه الفعالية. الشكر موصول لمركز التعددية على إنجاح هذه المبادرة الجميلة التي ندعمها، وكل الشكر وكل التحية لشيخ الإسلام الله شكر زاد باشا الذي يشتغل مع فريقه منذ أكثر من العشرات السنين من أجل تحقيق التعددية الدينية والحفاظ عليها وفق التدابير التي المنشئة والمؤسسة لدولة أذربيجان. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
Thank you very much. Dr. Bechari, thank you very much. I have noted to myself 3 very interesting recommendations. One is criminalization of the racism and discrimination against Muslims. Second recommendation was very interesting about the promotion of authentic Islam, making sure that we promote the right form of Islam around the world. And third, of course, dialogue, strengthening dialogue, and involving different multiple stakeholders. Thank you. Last but not least in our panel is Mr. Afzal Khan from United Kingdom. He will talk about Islamophobia in the West. I would like to ask kindly for 6-7 minute intervention because we also have questions. So please, Dr. Khan, the floor is yours.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Your Excellencies, participants, brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum and good morning. Let me first of all do a slight correction in the introduction. I was introduced as a Shadow Minister for Business and Trade. It's true, but sadly because of the war in Gaza, recently I resigned from this position as I was pushing for a ceasefire. Thank you. Now, it's a pleasure to be here with you in this important conference. And I want to really say how impressed I am with the organizers and congratulate them that they managed to put so many things together on the International Women's Day. We are getting ready to welcome Ramadan. And of course, we have the UN's International Day to mark to combat Islamophobia. So well done for that. And now it's incredible to have a leadership to tackle Islamophobia at the UN level. And I'd like to pay tribute to the incredible work done by the OIC, the Organization of Islamic Cooperations, who have been leading this. And of course, let's also thank the Azerbaijan government and all the organizers of this conference. Now, Islamophobia is an insidious kind of racism prevalent across the globe, including in the West. Across the world, Islamophobia looks like Uyghur Muslims in concentration camp in China, 51 worshippers killed at Islamic Center in New Zealand, and ongoing persecution of Rohingya Muslims in Myanmar. Now, this isn't an exhaustive list, but just a few chilling examples. In Britain, Islamophobia looks very different.
but remains sinister. In the UK, most victims of religious hate crime are Muslim, and Islamophobic hate crime has increased 335% in the last 6 months. A recent report also found that 35% of British mosques experience a religiously motivated attack at least once a year. And this is after racist graffiti, arson, or pig's head being thrown onto the mosque grounds. Islamophobia is not just hate crime. It filters through every aspect of Muslims' life. In the UK, Muslims are most likely to live in poverty, have to submit 80% more job applications to get a positive response from an employer than a white British person, and are even charged more for the car insurance if their name is Muhammad than if their name is John. Most Muslims have experienced religion-based discrimination in their everyday life, and it is not surprising considering conspiracy theories about Muslims are well established. Polling on the opinion of Britons on Muslims and Islam has found that 18% believe Muslim immigration is part of a bigger plan to make Muslim a majority of the population. 32% believe that there are areas in the UK where Sharia dominates and non-Muslims cannot enter. And even 31% of young children believe that Muslims are taking over England. Now, from my own personal experience, just give you 2 quick examples. When I stood for a member of European Parliament, I stood against Nick Griffin, who's the leader of the British National Party. Again, you saw that Nick Griffin using my Muslimness to get votes. And when I became member of the British Parliament, I took my oath in English, and then, of course, I was allowed to take in another language, and I took my mother language, Urdu. And the abuse that I got on the social media were in thousands, were daring to speak in another language in the British Parliament, and they forgot that even Queen Victoria spoke Urdu. So it's issues like this, actually, which I think is for us how we are experiencing in Britain, and makes it harder for the Muslims to live as equal members of the British society. But if we want to tackle Islamophobia, first we must define it. And it is the issue of definition which I think is such an important task to get right, and where we Muslims are facing increased hostility. In 2018, I was part of the cross-party group of MPs who sought to develop a working definition of Islamophobia as the basis from which we could then support the work to tackle it. Following our extensive consultation with academics, legal experts, civil society, faith communities, we defined Islamophobia as being rooted in racism and a type of racism that targets the expression of Muslimness or perceived Muslimness, because there are also non-Muslims who can be seen as a Muslim. So this definition clearly, I think, is widely accepted now across British society, from councils, trade unions, academics, community groups, and even political parties, except, of course, the conservative UK government. Those who know UK politics will, I'm sure, be familiar with the deep-rooted Islamophobia with the Conservative Party, our governing party for 14 years now, which holds the government back from adopting the definition of Islamophobia. But if you look at the Conservative Party, their views of its leadership, its elected officials and its members, it's hardly surprising that they're avoiding the definition of Islamophobia, as any definition would find the Conservative Party guilty. Just a fortnight ago, over 5 days, 5 Conservative MPs were implicated in Islamophobia. And they weren't just ordinary MPs. They were deputy chair of the party. They were also the former Home Secretary, former Immigration Minister, and of course, another minister, and then finally also a former Prime Minister. So you can see the depth and the level that you have there. And it is no surprising that the Conservative Party has refused to define or tackle Islamophobia, as it would first need to tackle the endemic Islamophobia within its own ranks. Unfortunately, in Britain, the Conservative being in power for the last 14 years has shown that Islamophobia is acceptable and even promoted, especially in politics. Tackling Islamophobia starts with our leadership, but it is Britain's leadership that is propagating Islamophobia in the first place. So in conclusion, we have seen leadership at the global level, from the OIC, at the UN, to everyone here attending this conference. It is clear there is the determination among countries committed to anti-racism, like Azerbaijan, to take action against the disturbing rise in Islamophobia. But it is clear that we need decisive action from the Western world too. In the Labour Party, I have served as the Vice Chair of the Race Equality Task Force, working to address the problems of racism from within our own ranks to ensure we're able to tackle bold actions on racism if we are to come into government. So I hope we're able to gather like this again next year, and I'm able to speak about the brilliant work when Labour is in power in Britain, to create a fair society and one that is a matter of making it better for the Muslims. Thank you to all the participants for being here, and I look forward for the rest of your program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Afzal Khan. It was interesting actually for us to know about the nuances of Islamophobia in UK. You mentioned about the differences between Labour Party and Conservative Party, the role of leadership in promoting or combating Islamophobia. This is quite interesting, and you have pointed out to some very disturbing statistics about the rise of hate crimes. So this is of course very much disturbing and troubling. Thank you so much. We have maybe a few minutes for questions in the audience. I will give only 1 minute for each intervention, so please be brief. We have a lady on the back, please. Maybe introduce yourself. Yes. No. The lady first.
Thank you very much. Thank you everyone for your amazing insights into each and everyone's engagement in the work that you're doing, which is extremely important. I couldn't hold myself from seeing threads being waved between many of the points that were made here, and like from Mr. Afzal Khan, the example that you gave about the Islamophobia infiltrating the political domain, and then Dr. Muhammad Bishari speaking about how Western Islamophobia has an ideological problem with Islam, and then speaking about Gaza, that Mr. Khalid Fadl Rahman spoke about what happened in Gaza as an example of how the West has failed in protecting social justice and protecting Muslims in the most precarious situation ever that we're witnessing at the moment. So my question is, to weave all that, how do you see Islamophobia plays in the Western failure to protect Palestinians in Gaza at the moment, and especially if we're talking about institutions, because Dr. Muhammad Bishari spoke about the need to have commitment, institutions that are committed to anti-religious defamation and commitment to the role of institutions in making sure that social injustices are not tolerated. And we have witnessed how the global South, Mr. Ibrahim Rasool spoke eloquently about the South African model, and now we see once again South Africa stands as this champion and put the global South in embarrassment with regard to how they have handled the institutions that have for so long spoke about democracy but not specifically enacted it in their own respective countries, let alone externally. So we are witnessing a shift, a huge shift. So how does Islamophobia play in that shift? How did it enable the injustices now to happen in Palestine? And how do we go from there?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Let's take the question from the second row, please. And can you please introduce yourself, if possible?
Thank you so much. First of all, great appreciation and gratitude to the organizers. It was very interesting discourse. Let me introduce myself. I am Ambassador Dr. Raza Muhammad, also a retired general from Pakistan Army. I'm head of the Institute of Islamabad Policy Research Institute. I'm president there. I proudly state that it was Pakistan which introduced the resolution for fighting the Islamophobia in United Nations. So, it's a good step, as a few of the speakers said, but is it enough unless the United States, the West, as very aptly said by Dr. Bishari, criminalize these acts? About India, Dr. Bishari, it's not we, Muslims, that we call them minority. It is India which terms them as minority. And only last year, the incidents were 663 against the Muslims, and this has been recorded by an organization which is called Hate Lab. So my point is, whether it is Gaza, whether it is India or West, unless the West and America side with this resolution on combating the Islamophobia, nothing will happen.
Okay.
So what is the way forward? Thank you.
Thank you. And maybe one more question or comment from the right side of the audience. Any interventions? Okay, please. Second row.
Dini Qurumlarla İş üzrə Dövlət Komitəsinin sədr müavini Seyabı Şeydarov. Mən də bütün qonaqları salamlayıram və bir məsələyə münasibət bildirmək istəyirəm. Bəli, bütün çıxışlarda İslamofobiya, onun mahiyyəti, təhlükəli tərəfinə toxunuldu. Ancaq biz burada çıxış yolu haqqında məncə çox danışmalıyıq. Və İslamofobiyanın alternativi nədir? Onun mexanizmi necədir? Tətbiqi necədir? Bu təhlükəli tendensiyasının qarşısını almaq üçün konkret olaraq nələr etməliyik? Mən elə başa düşürəm ki, dünyamız sürətlə nizamsızlığa doğru irəliləyir və burada İslamofobiya da öz sözünü, rolunu oynayır. Ona görə mən ona diqqətə cəlb etmək istərdim ki, İslamofobiyanın qarşısını almaq üçün daha konkret danışaq, daha konkret modelləri önə gətirək. Və burada mən Azərbaycan modelinə toxunmaq istərdim. Mən qətiyyətlə bütün bizim ictimaiyyətin rəylərini çatdırmaq istəyirəm ki, Azərbaycanda bu problemin həlli üçün bir yol xəritəsini göstərəcək bir model formalaşmışdır və birgə yaşayış modeli formalaşmışdır. Və bu günləri bizim bu günün sonunda bir birgə yaşayışa aid, dinlərarası harmoniya aid bir festival keçiriləcəkdir. Bu festival birinci dəfə Azərbaycanda keçirilir və Azərbaycan reallığını, Azərbaycan həqiqətlərini, Azərbaycanda dövlət-din münasibətlərini, bütün dinlərə, konfessiyalara münasibətləri əyani sürətlə bu festivalda görmək olacaqdır. Fürsətdən istifadə edib, mən bütün qonaqları dəvət edirəm. Günün sonunda, konfrans başa çatdıqdan sonra siz dəvətlisiniz və Azərbaycan haqqında sizin orada təəssüratınız daha konkret ola bilər.
Çox sağ olun, minnətdarıq, təşəkkür edirik. Thank you very much for questions. I will give the panelists maybe 1 minute to wrap up. Any volunteers? Just 1 minute for wrap up.
I'll just pick up only one point. The others, colleagues can pick up the other issues as well. The sister who started this question session, she touched on this idea of Islamophobia and the war that is going on in Gaza, how sort of that shows up. Yesterday, I launched a report in the British Parliament, and that report was simply looking at 200,000. Sorry?
Yes, go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so the point I wanted to say was about the link between Islamophobia and the Gaza war. Yesterday, I launched a report in the British Parliament, which was looking at the media, how it was portraying this issue. And they examined 200,000 media clips and the print. And the conclusion ultimately was that almost in every aspect, there was a bias. And if there is a single word you can use, that is Islamophobia. So even, who is the victim here? Yeah? You will see so many times more the Israelis are portrayed as victims when you have this huge history of victimhood on the Palestinian side. If you look at even the war idea, the way they use that language is, again, it's the war with Hamas. Whereas actually what you see is 100,000 people now have been killed or injured in such a short time. If they're Palestinians, so the language you can see there as well. Even the idea that this whole thing is 7th of October, somehow, this is when this has started. When even days before, the oppression which was being done against the Palestinians, and the huge history of it again. So there are so many examples which came out, each one showing it was always tilted towards Israel and against the Palestinians. And then I think you can only conclude it's Islamophobia, although not all Palestinians are Muslims. But that comes to the definition I talked about, those perceived. So it seems as though all Palestinians are Muslims, when we know there are so many different other faiths, including Christians who are Palestinians. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. We are unfortunately limited in time, so I will give a chance for one more reply. Gentleman from United Arab Emirates, I think you raised your hand. Yes, please.
شكرا سيد رئيس الجلسة. أنا يعني أريد أن أذكر بموضوع خطورة الذكاء الاصطناعي. العدو الآن والمستقبل، لكن بدأ الآن، هو عدو رقمي. فالإسلاموفوبيا أصبحت إسلاموفوبيا رقمية، ولهذا أنا أدعو إلى أن يكون هناك من بين التوصيات الحضور المكثف لرؤيتنا للعالم وللإنسان وللطبيعة. الرؤية أو السردية الإسلامية المعتدلة يجب أنها تكتسح فضاءات الذكاء الاصطناعي والعمل على ترجمة ورقمنة أكبر عدد من الكتب، سواء في التراثية أو الكتب للمفكرين المعاصرين. إن العدو الحقيقي الآن أصبح رقميا، وإذا لم تتكاتف الجهود فإن آثار الذكاء الاصطناعي وحرب الشات جي بي تي على الإسلام والمسلمين سوف يتضاعف بشكل رهيب، بل سوف يؤثر على أبنائنا مباشرة. طفل 10 سنوات اليوم هو يعادل تقريبا الشاب 18 سنة قبل 5 سنوات، لأن أصبح له يعني كفاءة أنه يتلقط أكبر عدد من المعلومات. ولهذا أظن من بين التوصيات هو العمل على تكثيف الحضور الإسلامي المعتدل داخل هذا الفضاء أو فضاءات الذكاء الاصطناعي. شكرا.
Thank you very much. Well, we have several other breakaway sessions and panels. I think we will have a chance to discuss these issues a bit further. Now I would like to conclude the plenary session. I would like to thank all the speakers. Şeyh Hazretleri, minnətdarıq sizin də çıxışınız üçün. Everyone else welcome to now join the coffee break, and then we will meet at the plenary breakaway sessions after the coffee break. Thank you very much.
I'm so grateful to be moderating this panel, and I ask for everyone to take a seat so that we can get on with this illustrious conversation. And I know I'm going to have to speak over some things going on in the background, so I will use my big woman voice on today, which is International Women's Day. Can we give a hand for every woman that is working today? Thank you very much. And I have one request. For every woman in your life, today tell her she does not have to wear high heel shoes, okay? I went, see, we got somebody who understands that. I was in heels this morning, but I had to go up to my hotel room and put my flat shoes on. I wanted to be well grounded and ready for this wonderful workshop. So this afternoon, we are honored to be presenting on the theme of the clash of civilizations and multiculturalism. So again, I may have to speak over some people, but I'm so grateful for everyone who's here. Multiculturalism, Islam, and the clash of civilizations theory, rethinking Islamophobia. How many of you are aware of the clash of civilizations theory? Just raise your hand, okay? For those of you who are not, it was propagated by a U.S. diplomat in 1993 out of the U.S. State Department, where he said that in the future, wars would be fought over religion and culture. Now, he put that out into the atmosphere, and many people received that in their hearts, and now they've begun to walk in it. So I tell you, for this particular panel, we want to hear from these folks as to how we can begin to shift that narrative. Because religion and culture do not have to be the basis of war. So we have some illustrious presenters. I believe most of them are here on the panel. I'm going to introduce each of them and ask them to at least stand and raise their hands so you know who they are. Dr. Mahmut Kulik from Turkey. Thank you very much, sir. Can we give him a hand? Thank you. Dr. Razu Azmi, who actually just flew in this morning, so please, let's give mercy to Dr. Azmi. Mr. Osama Ali Jamal, he's not here? Okay. Associate Professor Yasser Kholik, thank you very much. If we can give him a hand. Thank you, dear. This is women working together. I lost my glasses, and Ravan's wife, Irada, has been so wonderful to get me glasses, so thank you, Irada. And Mr. Elshad Iskandarov, the Ambassador at Large of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for the Republic of Azerbaijan, and Dr. Baptiste Brodard from Switzerland. And I'm okay. I'm all right. Just give a hand. I'm okay. There's just a little opening here. So give a hand, please. Let me know that you're okay, that I'm okay. Woo, thank you, Lord. Thank you. So the last person is Professor Bülent Aras from Qatar. He's a professor of international relations and a research director at the Center for International Policy and Research. So we are going to start, and I have to ask our colleagues to go about 6 to 8 minutes. I know we said 8 to 10, but if we go 8 to 10, we're not going to have time for this wonderful group to ask questions, right? So we will start with our colleague, Dr. Mahmut Erol Kerek of Turkey. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Sabahınız khair olsun. I would like to begin by wishing success to this important and timely conference. Islamophobia raises growing concern as a chronic, escalating problem. Islamophobic discourse and actions have multiplied in various societies with snowball effects at different paces. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a sociogenic epidemic. Monitoring this epidemic demands focused surveys under an integrated vision. Abundant literature is produced on the subject from policy, media, and research perspectives. The methods of diagnosis need to keep pace with developments. Comprehensive conferences such as the present are important platforms where stakeholders can synthesize evaluations and recommendations. Islamophobia manifests itself as a mindset and behavior of anti-Muslim hostility, prejudice, and discrimination, including violence against the markers of Islamic faith and Muslim cultural identity, such as Islamic most venerated figures, sacred objects, mosques, and personal attire. It affects laws, public discourse, media content. It has historical roots and carries dangers for the future of multicultural societies. I wish to share some observations gathered from experiences of IRSICA. By the way, I'm a Director General of IRSICA. IRSICA is a cultural research center for history, art of Muslim societies under OIC, Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Our center is based in Istanbul. From the first century of Islam, Muslims came to be known by this identity in their commercial and diplomatic relations across continents. Different faith communities lived together under Muslim and non-Muslim rule in various parts of Asia, Africa, and Europe. The legacies of these interactions and coexistence are living in the arts and languages of the respective cultures. The religions, civilizations, and their communities are not alien to each other. Notwithstanding these positive experiences, the history of Islam and West relations also suffered faith-based antagonism and conflicts. In the main, these were not rooted in the religions themselves, but were motivated by political and territorial concerns. Some well-known historical examples of political adverse sides tied to religious motives are the Crusades, the representation of the Ottoman state as an Islamic threat to Europe in between 16th and 18th century text, the reconquest of Andalusia, Reconquista, resistance action to colonialism as Islamic movement, the wave of Orientalism as a learned way of authorization to make something or somebody the other, of Eastern and Muslim cultures, or satanization, to make something Satan, so they make East and also the black people in Africa as a, not just only other, is a devil. In modern time, a peace and human rights-oriented world community was formed within the framework of intergovernmental organizations after World War II. The ensuing climate of international conciliation and cooperation also encouraged several initiatives in the sphere of interreligious relations, consultative forms of religious leaders, some also involving parliamentarians and politicians, were held in different countries during the 1980s and the 1990s. At the outset, the main objective of interreligious consultation was to correct the suspicions and misinformation that blurred the reciprocal images of different faiths and civilizations. Removal of these subjective barriers would help to eliminate extremism, fanaticism, and other faith and culture-based discourse. This reflection gained further momentum after the publication of Huntington's Clash of Civilization thesis in 1993. It is expanded editions after the wars of the 1990s. And the proliferating literature, Islamophobia became a widely used term after the publication of the report titled Islamophobia, a Challenge for Us All by British NGO Runmate Trust in 1997. Although Islamophobia has historical roots, real-world developments have increased its prevalence. As a response to the clash thesis, interreligious, interspiritual, and intercultural dialogue was formalized more emphatically in international platforms after the turn of the century. One of its objectives was to counter the clash thesis by warning that these claims were fraught with dangers and carried the risk of the normalizing antagonism and extremism in people's mind. The subject was also carried to intergovernmental platforms, as all of us we know. The United Nations Alliance of Civilizations was established in 2005. The OIC included it in its 10-year action plan the same year. The OIC's subsidiary, which is my organization, which is called IRSICA, launched projects to produce references on cultural interactions between world civilizations. These organizations took part in the global forums and the United Nations Alliance of Civilizations and in the World Forums on Intercultural Dialogue led by the government of Azerbaijan. Islamophobia was one of the main global challenges underlined during these forums. The thematic sessions co-organized by IRSICA focused on its historical and contemporary, theoretical and practical aspects, emphasizing the link between them. It is noteworthy that the real impact of this link has not been clearly explicated in empirical research, partly due to the difficulty of documenting values rooted in memory of images or stories concerning other religions and their peoples. Nevertheless, a majority of authors on the subject consider the historical factor as impactful, and some are pointing to cases where negative stereotypes about the history of religions are exploited as a pretext for anti-Islamic arguments. On a fundamental level, the link reflects the continuity of process from the history of religions to the present clash or dialogue dichotomy. So in order to save the time, I stopped reading my paper, but I would like to add something more. Maybe later on we can, when those papers will be published, you can read full text. Full text is 15 pages. So what I would like to add actually, as a Muslim society and Muslim culture, Muslim philosophy, we have enough capacity to tolerate the others. As you know, the Islam came after Judaism and Christianity, which we include Judaism and Christianity as well. So the prophet of Judaism, prophet of Sayyidina Moses, and Jesus Christ, the prophet of Islam as well. In Quran, as you know, God says that لا نفرق بين أحد من رسل. Don't make differentiation between the messengers. So we believe them all. So our theology, our philosophy is very comprehensive to include the others. We can debate with them, but we cannot devilize them. We cannot satanize them. They are human beings, as we are. So as to the culture of this part of the world, which is Azerbaijan, if we look at the history of Azerbaijan, we will see the Nizami Ganjavi, we will see the Fuzuli, we will see the Nimetullah Nakhjawani, so and so forth. Many, many Muslim philosophers, thinkers, they were born here and they were always multicultural and multi-faith persons, oriented persons. So even at the entrance of United Nations, the phrase, the poem was written by Sadi. Nobody knows the Muslim poet Sadi says that Bani Adam azay yekdigerand. What it means, all humanity are part of each other.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank
I know
you.
that 8 minutes is not enough time for all that you have.
Thank
but
you.
We hope that there'll be some questions at the end. Dr. Azmi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mrs. Scott, and thank you to Azerbaijan for hosting this important conference. This is an extremely important conference, and that's why, like many of you, I wanted to be here, and it is a great honor to be here. The field I come from, I don't bring any good news. Islamophobia, if you look globally, is one of the most fundamental issues of our time. And this needs a global strategy to defeat it. Islamophobia isn't about being not nice to Muslims. It is about genocide. It is about ethnic cleansing. It is about destruction of properties. It is about revision of history. That is the challenge that the global world is facing. And I want to talk about that a bit more, because what is happening across the world, whether we look at in India, whether we look at Burma, whether we look at other countries, including Israel, what is happening is that dehumanization of Muslims to ensure that your interests, to ensure that your ideology wins, that is the real challenge. And this really is coming from, the whole approach is coming from the genocide that took place in Bosnia in the 1990s, where Bosnian Muslims who were living in an assimilated society, because they're the same race, they're all white, all Slavs, yet they were differentiated by Milosevic and the proxies in Bosnia, Mladic and Karadzic, who said that these were alien people. They've been living together, it's the same people, but they were made to feel they were the other alien people. They were people who were subhuman. And I quote Biljana Plašić, who is the leader of the Republika Srpska party in Bosnia-Herzegovina. Before she became leader of the Republika Srpska party, the party which caused the genocide, is like the Nazi party. So Republika Srpska party, before she became leader of the Republika Srpska party, she was a professor of biology. She wasn't someone who was uneducated. She was a leading educationalist. And she argued, and I quote her, she said that these people, in other words, her people, who accepted Islam, had deformed genes. And over the years, these genes becomes inferior, it degrades further, and that is why we can't live with the Muslims. It is that kind of ideology that was promoted, the dehumanizing ideology that was promoted by Milosevic, Karadzic, Mladic, and Biljana Plašić, the leaders, that helped to co-opt the ordinary people in Bosnia-Herzegovina to become the perpetrators, to co-opt neighbors, to co-opt teachers, to co-opt friends, to murder their friends, to murder their neighbors, to murder the students. And this was the worst atrocity after the Second World War, when the world said never again. And it wasn't just Mladic and Karadzic, by the way. I've got Mrs. Scott here, who, as I understand, was in the Clinton administration of Obama. But let me quote Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton wrote a book. The book is called The Clinton Tapes. And if you haven't read it, I would say, please read it. The Clinton tape is about his whole administration. But in that, he has a section about Bosnia, that when he was trying to persuade the European powers to intervene, to take action because genocide was taking place, François Mitterrand said, and I quote, this is in Bill Clinton's book, François Mitterrand said, it is unnatural to have Muslims in Europe. And when Bill Clinton talked to the British officials, and he doesn't name them, and I'm from Britain, the British officials said, and I quote, that we want a painful reconstruction of Christian Europe. That is the ideology that was promoted not just by Milosevic, but supported by Europe, which caused the genocide. That ideology that has been adopted by other countries. This is what I call state-directed Islamophobia, nationalist authoritarianism. So what we're facing, ladies and gentlemen, is one of the biggest challenges of our time, where Islamophobia is state-directed for electoral gains. Islamophobia is state-directed to revise history. Islamophobia is state-directed to change demographics. Islamophobia is state-directed to murder people, to persecute people, so that you can change the whole geography. And that is the challenge before us. And I want to say to all of us that we need to look at this Islamophobia issue from that context. We cannot look at it purely from an academic discourse, which is important. We cannot just look at it from a point of view that somehow Islamophobia is not being nice to Muslims. It isn't about that. There's much deeper issues that is at play. And I want to say that in order to defeat this, we need a global strategy. And Azerbaijan is a country that has started this. And I am absolutely impressed that there's many countries, by the way, and I'll be very critical of those countries. They're far more interested in investing in buying football clubs. They're far more interested in buying those kind of shopping centers, etc. But what Azerbaijan has done is to bring the world together here in Baku to discuss this issue, to say, how can we develop a strategy to defeat this cancer that exists? And I want to congratulate the country, I want to congratulate the president, I want to congratulate everyone that's been involved. It is a privilege to be here, and I hope that out of this conference that we do develop a global strategy to defeat Islamophobia. I want to finish up by saying that the concept of Islamophobia Day, which has become the United Nations Day, came out of, by the way, Bosnian ideology, because the person who killed 51 people in the New Zealand mosque attack, Brenton, who killed the 51 people, on his rifle he had the word Turk Fagos, yeah, Turk eater, that he was radicalized by Mladic and Karadzic. This is Turk Fagos is a Greek term, which is a historical term, which means Turk eater. So the United Nations Islamophobia Day comes out of 15th of March, when this massacre happened in New Zealand. That was one individual. What I'm talking about is state-driven Islamophobia and nationalist authoritarianism, which is the challenge of today. Thank you so much for inviting me. It's been a privilege to be here. Thank you, Mr. Scott.
Thank you. That gave us a lot to think about, right? You've heard from the academic perspective. You've heard from the perspective of digging deeper into the history and the socio and political issues related to Islamophobia. And now we will hear from Mr. Osama Al-Jamal. He is Secretary General of U.S. Council of Muslim Organizations. Mr. Jamal?
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, I would like to thank the President of Azerbaijan, Mr. Ilham Aliyev, and the organizer of this special conference. Particularly, I would like to thank Mr. Haydarov, the Deputy Chair of the State Committee on Religious Affairs, for the invitation. I had the pleasure and the honor to be on their conference in Washington, D.C., and then we invited Mr. Haydarov to Chicago, where the Muslim American Society convention was held in December of 22. And this types of relationship and exchange certainly leads to informative and strong relationship between Azerbaijan and the United States of America, especially American Muslims. My presentation today is about reshaping the narrative and basically Muslim American experiences and the complexity of multiculturalism in combating Islamophobia. I would like to stick to my notes, and I don't know if the PowerPoint will be on the screen or not. I will try to be on time as well as to be on script so that I don't take too much time or go off the script. First of all, I would like to make a little bit of an understanding of Islamophobia. Islamophobia marked by an irrational fear or hatred of Islam and its followers appears in discrimination, biases affecting policy, media, and social interactions. The term engraved late 20th century, yet this sentiment has deeper historical roots in colonialism and Orientalism. The September 11 attacks significantly heightened security and suspicion of Muslim Americans, leading to policies like increased airport security and surveillance, targeting Muslims, institutionalizing Islamophobia. This has resulted in harassment, mosque vandalism, and violent attacks against Muslims. The Muslim American experience. Muslim Americans are a heterogeneous group with varied cultural, ethnic, and racial backgrounds. Their experiences in America are shaped by multiple factors, including religion, ethnicity, and the socio-political climate. The 9/11, the challenges have, post 9/11, the challenges have intensified with increased scrutiny, prejudice, and often outright discrimination. Historical content. Muslims have been part of the American tapestry since before the nation's building and foundation. The narrative that depicts them as outsiders is historically inaccurate. Recognizing their long-standing presence helps to reframe the conversation about their role in American society. In our contemporary challenges, Muslim Americans today navigate a landscape marked by heightened surveillance, travel bans, and hate crimes. The challenges are not merely external, they also influence internal community dynamics and individual identified formation. It is unfortunate that sometimes the office holder of the highest office in the country become Islamophobic. It becomes extremely problematic for Muslims in America. The role of multiculturalism. Multiculturalism as a policy and ideology aims to celebrate cultural diversity and empower minority communities. However, its implementation has been uneven at times, counterproductive. Promises of multiculturalism. Multiculturalism promises equality, respect, and the freedom for cultural expression. It envisions a society where all cultures are intertwined into the national fabric without their distinct identity. However, there are pitfalls and paradoxes. In practice, multiculturalism can sometimes lead to cultural silos where communities are physically present yet remain socially isolated. This can inadvertently reinforce stereotypes and hinder meaningful interaction between different cultural groups. Combating Islamophobia through multiculturalism. The fight against Islamophobia requires a reinvigorated approach to multiculturalism, one that actively engages with complexities of identity and prejudice. One of the means is education and awareness. Education is a powerful tool in reshaping narratives. Curriculum that includes Muslim contributions to history and an accurate portrayal of Islamic principles can disseminate and dismantle misconceptions. Media representation. Media plays a critical role in shaping public opinion, ensuring that Muslim voices are heard and presented fairly in media and in negative stereotypes. Our political engagement is crucial for policy change, encouraging Muslim Americans to participate in the political process and advocating for policies that protect against discrimination are essential in reshaping the narrative. Our community alliances, building those alliances with other minority communities can strengthen advocacy against bigotry. Solidarity is a key in confronting systematic issues that affect multiple marginalized groups. There are some success stories within the Muslim American community. Despite all the challenges that we face, there are numerous instances where Muslim Americans have successfully reshaped the narrative through various means. Grassroots movements joined by Muslim Americans have effectively addressed social issues and improved community relations, be in healthcare issues, education, whether it is about the undocumented immigration reforms. Muslim Americans have taken a good lead and joined other minorities in America to bring the multiculturalism and the focus on the rights of minorities in America. There are many instances where Muslim Americans have shown their interaction and involvement in political life. Many Muslim Americans now running for offices in public offices, and they are being elected. These types of engagement are key for our integration with the society and to dispel the myth about Islam and Muslims in America. I would stop here and leave the time for the questions.
Thank you so much. Let's give him a hand, yes. Speaking about the complexities of multiculturalism and combating Islamophobia deserves so much more time than that, so we hope that we'll get more into that at the discussion. I even have a question for you. Now we will turn to Associate Professor Yasha Sholik from Turkey, Vice President of Turkey Diyanet Foundation, Islamic Research Center. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mrs. Moderator, and I'd like to express my sincere thanks to the steering committee which brought us from different parts of the world in this city. And in my speech, I would like to try to draw your own attention to the possible risks of internalized Islamophobia among the Muslim youth and suggest some quick remedies to minimize these risks. Regrettably, Islamophobia continues to be a prevalent issue today with potential for significant consequences as highlighted in the previous presentations. Obviously, the reality of Islamophobia has crystallized in Western societies as a result of certain historical prejudices against Islam combined with various systemic and financial factors and has turned into a daily act of violence resulting in death, occasionally accompanied by traumatic feelings or directed programs following the September the 11th terrorist attacks. Widespread misinformation in society, negative representations in the media, political discourse, and historical prejudices are among the significant factors contributing to Islamophobia. So, when tackling Islamophobia, inevitably a need arises for multi-layered evaluations. Dealing with this issue requires collaboration among individuals from different disciplines and perspectives. Collaboration among academics, activists, policymakers, and community leaders is essential. Without this collaboration and careful handling, we can easily fall into a trap described by the Muslim intellectual Tariq Ramazan as the Islamization of social problems, and also lead us to a victim mentality or psychology. It is undeniable fact that Islamophobia has significant objectives for both non-Muslims and Muslims living in the world. This irrational, or better to say, unjustifiable fear, hatred, or bias against Islam or Muslims creates a collective sense of guiltiness in Muslim groups. Islamophobic propaganda implants into the subconsciousness stereotypical cliches such as not only those who resort to violence, but all Muslims are guilty. Islam is not a religion but an ideology. Muslims are not like us. They collectively hate us. These cliches not only break resistance against unjust policies imposed upon Muslim minorities or Muslim countries, but also lead the internalization of such Islamophobic cliches among the new generation of Muslims born and educated in Western countries. Various studies conducted in the last 5 years draw our attention to adoption of Islamophobic prejudices and stereotypes among Muslim youth in America. I would like to refer only two of them. I'm very sure that you are familiar with the research made by the Yaqeen Institute for Islamic Research and the Institute for Social Policy and Understanding in the United States. Yaqeen Institute's research revealed that the stereotypical thoughts produced by the dominant society about any ethnic group tend to be internalized and accepted by individuals at the subconscious level. According to this study, 1 in 3 children didn't want to tell others that they are Muslim. 1 in 2 didn't know if they could be both Muslim and American. And 1 in 6 sometimes acted as if they are not Muslims. This survey, interestingly, shows parallel with very well-known Dole test conducted approximately 80 years ago by psychologist Kenneth Clark and his wife. ISPU's research also revealed that 30% of participating Muslims agreed with the judgment that their Muslim community is much more prone to negative behavior than others. Based on these findings, some academics, activists, or observers argue that one of the primary goals of the Islamophobic industry is to question or undermine Muslims' faith in Islam. According to them, certain individuals, groups, or organizations promote fear, doubt, and negative stereotypes about Islam and Muslims with the aim of weakening faith and creating doubt among the Muslims. Based on these findings, I would like to underline some measures that can be taken in combating internalized Islamophobia as brief recommendations. Firstly, it is crucial for young individuals to understand their own religious beliefs, norms, the traditions they belong to, and the influential figures within those traditions. In this regard, I would like to emphasize the significance of prioritizing character education programs, especially in Western countries where Muslims are in the minority, as a means to combat internalized Islamophobia. We should increase the number of the inclusive, inviting moral centers, which highlight the spiritual, intellectual, emotional, and ethical dimensions of Islam. These centers will facilitate healthy interactions among people from diverse cultural backgrounds. The programs should focus on teaching young people the fundamental values of Islam, its rich traditions, contributions to the global knowledge, significant centers of learning, and esteemed scholars who have shaped its history.
One more, Professor, and then we're going to move
Coming
on.
to the end, you may...
One more recommendation, sir.
1 second toleration I want, 1 minute toleration. By participating in these programs, young individuals can regain confidence, enhance self-awareness, foster tolerance, and cultivate positive relationships with their communities. It is essential for Muslims to develop media instruments, films, animations, and PC games, and social media tools through which they can better express themselves. Muslims should strive to produce their own role models and not allow them to be discredited. And as concluding remark, I should say, when addressing a complex issue like Islamophobia in Western world, it's important to use a multifaceted approach involving various institutions and structures alongside mental analysis. While the scholars study the theoretical and psychological aspects through academic research, other groups, focus groups, should focus on managing media representation and public image, establishing a strong defense mechanism and pursuing justice through legal means is crucial. Building a strong identity and forming alliances with the broader community, especially those with reasonable views, is very, very important, as well as prioritizing the education of younger generation. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much. A lot of rich data there that I'm sure we'll want to dig into during the Q&A. Now, this next speaker, of course, could have been a plenary, and I'm honored to introduce the Honorable Elshad Iskandarov, the Ambassador at Large of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Azerbaijan. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Janam. And firstly, let me start by saying that I love academic discussions. They can bring each and every hot topic to the point that it looks very distant, very far away, very academically packed, like Islamophobia is not happening right now. And I want to put connection at the beginning of my presentation between two suppression movements. One of them on women, which you mentioned that today we celebrate the day for women, the emancipation of women. and the suppression of Muslims. It is not a distant, it's what's happening today. Today probably we should start with celebrating the event which happened yesterday. The rescue of a woman, but also of a struggler for women education and the woman emancipation. Rescue of a victim of xenophobia, cultural chauvinism, but also of Islamophobia. Rescue of a woman who at the age when European women used a male pseudonym for literary work was strong enough and brave enough to use her own pen name. Yesterday was a rescue of Khurshid Banu Natavan, whose monument in the French city of Evian was vandalized and then banned from public attendance because representing Azerbaijani and Muslim culture. And today she is placed in Azerbaijani National Cultural Center in Paris, being rescued.
Beautiful. Did everyone hear that? I don't know if we need help on the ambassador's mic, but that was quite the story.
I think that this event and this incident demonstrates that Islamophobia is not a distinct, is not a topic of academic, but of the practical daily lives which we are unfortunately meeting with. And let me tell that my presentation is Islamophobia in the context of the changing world order. The world order, as we know, is changing rapidly. From the main trend is from the unipolar to multipolar. Islamophobia, as we know it, is the product of a unipolar world. Is a product, it's not a product of the Western world, but for the last half a century, as we know it, it was driven by the Western narratives, by the Western cultural dominance and hegemony. And now the situation, the world trend is changing, and we need to be prepared to the next phase. What if it will occupy any place? What place Islamophobia will occupy in a multipolar world? The phenomena of Islamophobia driven by Western narratives is known well enough. It's about presenting Muslims as, firstly, a unified community without nuances and without dwelling into differences of different Muslim schools of thought. Muslims are often mistakenly perceived as rejecting global values such as democracy, human rights, religious tolerance. Muslims are more inclined, as it is perceived in traditional Western-driven Islamophobia, to violence, embodied in the stereotype that all Muslims are terrorists. So by doing this, the main objective of these narratives was to portray all Muslims A, as a monolithic community, and B, as such enemies of liberal values, or at least impediment for development of liberal world order and preservation of the end of history. Of course, there were socio-economic and political driven factors behind these, the rise of the far-right parties, the use of Islamophobia to cover imperialistic and neo-colonial objectives, geopolitical struggle, but that was the phenomenon known to us. Now the transition to a multipolar world presents both challenges and opportunities to combating Islamophobia. And let me give a couple characteristics of this transition. Western world.
Could you speak in the mic, sir? I'm not sure everybody can hear you.
Sorry. Western world is increasingly giving up its role as a hegemon of the globe, as the unipolarity is giving its place to a multi-centered world order. The second trend is that the ideology of the West, liberalism, is becoming more radical itself and taking its practices to extreme. The very example of fighting with the monument of a poetess of 19th century whose meeting with French writer Alexandre Dumas had a huge impact on Dumas, not on Natavan, is the extremism of the practices in the West. Confronting liberalism, now confronting not just Islamic values, but also universal traditional values, such as family, definition of sex, value-based upbringing of children. Just to portray or just to picture this in a concrete practical tasks and evidences. In the world where still 10% of population go to bed every day hungry, which is 830 million people, and another 1.2 billion are considered to be in a category of moderate poverty, which is just above, with the income just above $1 per day, putting the issue, as American President Joe Biden, when he was vice president, put it, putting the issue of discrimination against transgender persons as the civil rights issue of our time is the clear-up sign of marginalization of modern liberal values. There are 800 million hungry people, 1.3 billion people in a miserable state, and we are putting the issue of a marginal group as the center of the civil rights liberty, civil rights issue of the time. Because of these two factors, more countries now, and most of them are not in the Islamic world, are moving toward confronting the liberal values or the extreme neoliberal values, and increasingly counted as the new enemies of liberalism. Today, the first lines in the list of enemies of liberalism and liberal world order are not Muslims anymore. So, these two factors bring us to the point of the third, conclusory. Liberal world order is not the end of history anymore. What it means for structural changes of factors which drive Islamophobia and for the new type of Islamophobia. On one hand, this multipolar world, the proliferation of global actors, can challenge prevailing Western narratives. As example of this, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, which include Muslim majority countries like Pakistan, Iran, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan. The organization serves as the platform where these countries can project the viewpoint of more tolerant, more understanding position of Muslims, and Muslims as the driven factors of global development. Countries like Turkey, Qatar, Malaysia, for example, have already used their growing influence in multipolar world to advocate for more balanced portrayal of Islam, like Turkey's co-chairmanship and in the Alliance of Civilizations, and like Qatar's Al Jazeera, which are pushing for narratives to balance Islamophobia. However, the challenges in a multipolar world does not mean Islamophobia is about to end. The rise of nationalist and populist movements in various parts of the world, often fueled by economic uncertainties, remain as important driven factor for Islamophobia of tomorrow. For instance, political shift toward nationalism in subcontinent has heightened tensions and incidents of violence against Muslims in India. Islamophobic sentiments also becoming a strong trend of the new far right, or the central governments of countries like France, which we underline, which are moving toward a new far right. Geopolitical rivalries in a multipolar world can exacerbate Islamophobia through proxy conflict and strategic competition. The Syrian civil war, French ambition to project its neo-imperial power in new regions like the South Caucasus are all among factors of new Islamophobia. Issues of combating Islamophobia should be preserved as a unified factor in these circumstances, in the Islamic world. By the way, I didn't touch here, as a diplomat, I didn't touch internal factors in the Islamic world which drives Islamophobia that also need to be investigated thoroughly. We Muslims here complained a lot about, external factors for Islamophobia, but we also contributed to this trend. We need to look very carefully why the religion of big and great civilizational, heritage became religion to be portrayed by organizations like ISIS. Dr. Kılıç just mentioned here the model of Azerbaijan. Yes, in Azerbaijan we have a unique model of interreligious tolerance, and more importantly maybe, from practical reasons, of intersectarian tolerance between the different sects of Islam. One of the reasons for that is that both the sects, both the mazhabs of Islam in Azerbaijan, both Shia and Sunni, developed through Sufi traditions. The driving factor of the Sunnism in Azerbaijan was Khalvatiya order, and the driving factor for Shia was the Safavi order. Both of them Sufi, Irfani orders, which emphasized importance of dialogue, importance of recognizing diversity. The same school which developed in Turkey through the teaching of Jalaluddin Rumi. How we Muslims lost this to more radical parties. But this is the issue of theologians, this is the issue of religious-related organizations. As diplomat, I would like to emphasize that the issues like Islamophobia should be put above internal differences and internal geopolitical rivalries in the Islamic world. It might happen in the multipolar world that strong centers of the influence in the Islamic world will be on different sides of this multipolarity. It doesn't affect the common strive to preserve dignity of Muslims worldwide and to combat Islamophobia. Number two,
Thank you so much, Mr. Ambassador. If we can have maybe 2 more minutes and then we'll move on. We know that you have a lot to share.
I'll use just 30 seconds and rest 1.5 is yours.
Okay, thank you so much.
More efforts should be undertaken, in particularly in turning anti-Islamophobia activities to new audiences, such as France, India, and considering new dividing lines between it. Broader alliances with civil liberty and traditional forces in the West should be established. I am very glad that our Center for International Affairs and Multiculturalism Center, which are organizers, invited a broad spectrum of civil liberty activists today from Western world who are allies for fighting for the human dignity, be it Muslim or otherwise. Thank you very much.
Let's give the ambassador a rounding applause. I think we could have listened to him much longer, right? Thank you so much, sir. We have 2 more speakers, and then we're going to open it up for questions. The next speaker comes from Switzerland, Dr. Baptiste Grodard, lecturer in Islamic Studies at the Marseille University. Sir, the floor is yours.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning. First of all, I want to express my thanks to, of course, Mrs. Scott for the presentation and introduction. But I thank the state of Azerbaijan, Baku International Multiculturalism Center, and the Center of Analysis of International Relations for this very interesting event, for inviting me to speak about such a topic. It's quite challenging to use just a few minutes to speak about such a broad issue. Yeah. I want to try to remain practical, to avoid repetitions, because many things have been said, and to take a few minutes to situate my intent to address the problem of clash of civilization, but especially the matter of Islamophobia in a new context. First of all, I must say that I will focus on Western European countries, specifically Switzerland and France, but it concerns Europe in its whole. It's very important to remind history, as my colleagues have done very clearly. We spoke about the genocide in Bosnia. Now we sadly have a genocide in Palestine as well. And of course we cannot skip our prayers and our thoughts when speaking about such a topic, because it's totally in line with this idea, this fake idea of clash of civilizations. But before trying to develop this part, I would like to say that Islamophobia can be expressed in 2 different ways. On the one hand, Islamophobia is hatred towards Muslims, which have been racialized. The idea is that Muslims is a group, homogeneous group, which represent alternative identity. That's what we see from the far-right movement. In the morning, we have watched the documentary, the film on Islamophobia, and we saw that this hatred comes from the right-wing, extreme right, and so. But there is a second problem when talking about Islamophobia that we often forget to address. It's another more ideological rejection of Islam because it represents an alternative worldview, an alternative belief system, and way of life. And this kind of Islamophobia in Europe often comes from the left as well, even the so-called progressive left. So Islamophobia is not just from far right, but at the more ideological aspect, it comes from some of the left groups. And it has to be emphasized because we tend to forget that when talking about the problem in Western Europe country. Now, is there a clash of civilization? The Samuel Huntington concept is not very serious. The problem, when enough people believe it's true, it tends to become a self-fulfilling prophecy. So even if it's based on nonsense, because according to the Islamic tradition itself, clash of civilization cannot happen. Allah in the Quran asked people to know each other. He made people into tribes and nations in order that they know each other. That's not for clash of civilization, that's for partnerships, mutual respect, and love. But clash of civilization is a historical fact also that has been mostly manifested between the West, Christian West, and Islam, to be very brief. Today it's interesting to see that Zionism in its actual form tends to add fuel on the fire, trying to divide Muslims and Christians, telling Western Christians that Muslims are the enemy. And people believe in that. As we have seen in the movie, in the short film in the morning, a lot of people, they think that Muslims and Islam is dangerous. That's just people without education, for most of them. But at the same time, there are forces that fuel this trap. The problems of Western people have nothing to do with Islam. Actually, there is a civilization crisis now, family crisis, economic decline in many European countries. We need a scapegoat. Muslims serve as a scapegoat to escape for politicians to address the real issues, and a lot of people are aware of that. Another point is that Western countries are culturally, ethnically, and confessionally mixed. In some European cities, you find more than 20 or 30% of Muslims, like Marseille in France, for instance. In France, we have at least 10% Muslims who are French, native French, they are born in France. There is no clash of civilization at the end of the day, but believing in it can make it real. It can make it happen because self-fulfilling prophecy, we know that they are very dangerous. When enough people begin to believe in something, they act according to the belief, and then we have concrete effect in reality, and we would like to avoid this trap. But another point for a few minutes, religious discriminations against Muslims in the West are real. Up to today, we have two kinds of discrimination that I would like to address very briefly. First, Islamophobia and discrimination at work. In Switzerland, according to a quantitative study based on evidence, Muslims with a high level of education are about 4 times more likely to be unemployed, not to find work, if we compare them with non-Muslims. At the same level of education, if you take a Muslim man who is a mechanician, he can find work. But if he wants to study and to look for work in politics, in the media, in the university, it becomes very difficult for him. Why? Because of diversity of worldview. Islamic studies in the academia, also, you find a lot of restriction in freedom of speech. Islamophobia in the academia is very strong because on the one hand, they want to show that they hire Muslims to be professors, but as long as they reject and they criticize their deen and the faith. But Muslim believers find a lot of problems to be hired at the academic level, because if they promote, they don't promote at university, they just manifest in their private life an attachment to Islam. They represent a danger for some kind of people having an ideological agenda which is against Islamic views. I think that Ambassador Iskandarov spoke very well about that problem. I see today that a new progressive left is trying to extend its views and values in the West, and it creates a new way to manifest Islamophobia, because it doesn't tolerate other worldviews. But we have to emphasize that in today's world, we witness the end of Western hegemony and the assertion, the affirmation of a multipolar world, which these people forgot, because in the name of universality, they want to promote a specific ideological agenda in name of progressivism, which condemn Muslims for believing what they believe. And that's Islamophobia we never speak about, because it comes from so-called progressive groups, which manifest sympathy toward Muslims. But they manifest sympathy towards Muslims as long as they don't comply with Islamic creed and belief, which is very problematic when we think about Islamophobia. I think that's my time to conclude, so I would just give very briefly 2 recommendations or conclusions.
Thank you.
First, Islam does not have to comply with the right or with the left wing, because it possesses its own history, its own worldview, its own values. So why should Islam or Muslims comply in the West with external agenda from the West, from the right or the left? No. Islam can assert itself as an added value for society, as other systems. Second conclusion, Islam has to be recognized as a universal religion, just as Christianity. Why I'm saying that? It looks like common sense. But if we look at how people react to Muslims in Europe, they fail to understand that Islam is a creed and a religion and a faith that is universal. It is not linked to a specific nation, or tribe, or ethnic group. In Latin America, we find more openness to admit the diversity of religions, but in Western Europe, we still have this confusion between identity, ethnicity, and faith. So when they look at Muslims, they will ask him, where are you from? He's supposed to be from a Muslim country. But at the same time, they accept that Christians can be from Congo, from Filipino, from Brazil, and from Ireland, for instance. So that's something we would like to promote, with also partnerships and cooperation between people from different faiths and from different ideologies, as long as they would like to promote peace and common understanding between people. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Brodard. Our final speaker before questions is Professor Bülent Aras from Qatar. And he is Professor of International Relations and Research Director at the Center for International Policy Research, Qatar. Mr. Aras, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. When audience see me, they will understand I'm not Qatari. I work in Qatar, but I'm a Turkish citizen working in Qatar. And first, I'd like to thank organizers for bringing us to Jan, Azerbaijan. This is a wonderful opportunity, both academically and also ability to see the progress each year this fantastic country is having. I'd like to join Madam Chairman to congratulate International Women's Day of all, and also I wish peace and relief for those who are facing the crimes of hate as we approach the holy month of Ramadan. I will be very brief. We are talking about multiculturalism, clash of civilization, and Islamophobia, huge topic. By chance, if I call it chance, I have been student of both Samuel Huntington and Francis Fukuyama when I was doing my PhD in the US in those years, the end of Cold War. So, by the way, the Francis Fukuyama published The End of History. His perspective was that there's liberal triumph, and the ultimate victor of the US and its Western allies, and there is no reason to worry anymore. Guys, relax, unilateral world will be fantastic. But Samuel Huntington said, no, brother, there is going to be a clash of civilizations. Do not relax much, be ready for civilization-based conflicts. So, by the way, these two studies are not necessarily the best product of these two guys. They both had great contribution, in particular Samuel Huntington, political modernization, soldier and state, but they couldn't resist what I called George Kennan moment in post-Cold War period. If you remember, George Kennan was the professor who formulated the Cold War under an article he published under the name X, but later on known that it was George Kennan. Now these two famous fantastic professors, they took their chance to be ideologue or intellectual makers of the new world. When we have seen what they have said and what happened in these 30 years, after 3 decades, we cannot say what Huntington said came true. When we looked at the international conflict situation, it's not based on civilization. The most widespread conflict is between China and the United States. It's based on trade, technology, and economy. And if you consider the Ukraine war, sort of global war played out by proxies, it's between Russia, Ukraine, and the Ukraine's Western allies. So we didn't have clash of civilizations. When we come to multiculturalism, we need to be aware of the fact that historical experience produced two versions of multiculturalism. One is authentic multiculturalism of Caucasus, Middle East, and the Arabian Peninsula. Because the elements of multiculturalism, different ethnicities, religions, cultures, background, has always been existent and living next to each other. That's why the multiculturalism in our geography is authentic, and it is based on peaceful coexistence. Multiculturalism in the West is a byproduct of immigration, and the ethos, the modus vivendi, is tolerance. And they tolerate other for the sake of living together. That also implies we are superior, you are inferior. You can only live with us if we tolerate you. You have something to be tolerated. Okay, we'll do it and live together. So in such a world, Islamophobia is a social construction. There is no real root of enmity, hate against Islam, but it has been constructed for political, ideological, geopolitical purposes. And as Ambassador Elshad pointed out, in this increasingly populist, divisive politics, it gives us a fantastic tool to the politicians to manipulate. And some people believes in it, and carries it, take it to dangerous levels. But to say this is a social contract does not make it to go away. It exists. We live in a world. Islamophobia is a part of it. Here, I like to underline a new dimension, an emergent phenomena, and this world that Islamophobia has been employed for various reasons. What I call this is apartheid state Islamophobia. Now, international system is in crisis. When we are moving from unipolar to multipolar world, actually we couldn't achieve multilateralism under it. Multipolar world means everyone has a chance to say anything, but there is no control. That means everyone owns everything else, or no one owns nothing. This is such a chaotic world emerging without control, without ethos, without rule, without norms, without institutions. So here, the only solution that comes to people's mind, the rulers, etc., everyone, is the state. Okay, let's enforce state, and state will control everything, and everything will be okay. And now the multipolar world is increasingly more nation-state oriented. Even if you look at the South Korea's this International Court of Justice response to South Korea's application of Israeli genocide in Gaza. International Court of Justice just provides a recommendation to Israeli state. Act, behave and everything will be okay. Take care of civilian deaths, take care of aid, take care of this and that, and apply appropriate state power, then it will be okay. So nation-state only solution is a very dangerous, present a very dangerous perspective. Who's going to control the nation-state? We have responsibility to protect those norms, this and that, but nothing has been proven and implemented so far. So state as a solution produce apartheid state. And this apartheid, most of the apartheid states, they have Islamophobia increasingly in India, in Myanmar, in Israel, in China. It is not coincidence that Islamophobia has been appropriated by these states. It may turn out to their official slogan, which provides all those past invested activities to justify Islamophobia. They have this background, an available tool, and international system let nation state to act as it is, as it wishes. So here we are at a very dangerous turn to have an apartheid state Islamophobia, which needs our attention, which needs to be prevented, but it requires a much wider discussion than the discussion on Islamophobia itself. So this is an international order, rules-based society discussion on multilateral institutions, but as it comes down to the hatred against Muslims, it also deserves a special discussion on how this apartheid state Islamophobia is occurring, and what to do to prevent it, and what to do prevent further violence and action against the Muslim that can be used as a reflection of hate at all. Thank you very much, madam.
Thank you. Well, this was really great, and we are now at the time for questions. I would actually like to start the questions, and then please, if you have a question, I guess somebody has a floor mic or something for you to speak to. But I would like to actually take the question back to our first speaker, who is Dr. Silik. He had so much information to share. I want to ask him, is there one or two things that you would like to identify for people from your writing that they were not able to hear just because of the shortness of time that we had?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman. Well, actually, some of the participants say that Islamophobia, it is not based in the religion, which I am not sharing the same thought. There is some roots in every religions, actually not the core of the religions, but the interpretations of the religions, which is the second stage of the religions. All religions was established by the messengers, but later on, someone came and interpreted these religions. In this second stage, there's a different interpretations. According to Islam, for example, we have 4 different levels of Islam. One is the level of Sharia, the second one is the level of Tariqa, then the Ma'arifa, and then the Hakika. All those two upper levels is essential, so unity in that level. So when we are using the legislative base of the religion, which is called Sharia, it is not a goal, it is instrumental, it is a vehicle to use to reach the reality. So that's why, according to Islamic credo, God is one essence, but has multiple names. So multiplicity is a natural creation. So we have to recognize multiplicity in unity. God, even in Quran, says that if I wish, I could have created you in one nation. So I didn't want it. So different nationalities, different religions, different cultures are the creation by God. This God's intention. We have to preserve it. So we need to increase the religious education towards wisdom, towards wisely understanding of religion, not only the jurisprudential level of the religion, because jurisprudential or the beginning level of each religion has discriminations, differentiations. There is no the philosophy of unity. But in Islam, especially the Sufi interpretation of Islam, we have many means of unity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I just want to follow up one more question before I get to this young lady here, and that is to the ambassador. Sir, you talked about structural changes that need to take place in order to address Islamophobia in your speech. Could you elaborate on that briefly? And then we're going to go to this young lady here who had her hand up for a question.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. I'm not sure whether I was talking about structural changes which need to be made to combat. I'd say that the structural changes in the world order affecting the structural changes behind driving forces for Islamophobia. If it were, a certain set of cultural, economic, political, traditional interests in the West which were driving it. Now it's changing, and the changing world is both opening new opportunities to combat Islamophobia, like the rising voice of the Muslim countries and their more global projection of power. Countries like Turkey and Qatar and Malaysia can undertake. By the way, it is also very important that it's not just portrayal of Muslims as by Muslim countries as those which are victims, but also portrayal as those who are contributors to the new, more just world order. Some academicians are considering in this way the liberation of the territories of Azerbaijan in 2020 as one of the significant elements for this transition to more just world order. Why? Because for the last, if I'm not mistaken, Professor would correct me, 150 or 200 years, that's the first incidence when the lands occupied and grabbed by a Muslim country were returned by force, and the justice was restored. The first incidents in the last 150 years, signaling the start of the new era. Activism on a global stage, putting Islamophobia and combating Islamophobia above the differences of the Muslim states. I agree, cannot agree more with Professor Kılıç that teaching not just jurisprudential, but also the inner heart of Islam in religious schools and broader representation this to the broader public is all those important factors which can help us successfully combat Islamophobia in the new, emerging, and the world which we don't know what ultimate shape it will take. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Young lady, you had a question? Is there a floating mic or some way where we can hear her?
İlk öncə hər birinizi salamlayıram. Mən Rüstəmli Aydan, Qərbi Kasp Universitetinin Patologiya Siyasət ixtisası üzrə fəaliyyət göstərirəm. Həmçinin Gənclər Siyasəti strukturu üzrə fəaliyyət göstərirəm. Öncəliklə fəxr edirəm ki, Azərbaycanda heç bir din, dil, mədəniyyət və yaxud da başqa mövzular arasında hər hansı bir irqçilik yoxdur. Buna baxmayaraq İslamofobiya konfransına ev sahibliyi edir. Artıq bununla bir neçə ildir. Sualım ümumi olacaqdır. Yəni qonaqlarımızın hər birindən əgər fikirləri varsa cavab verməsini xahiş edirəm. Siyasət sahəsi üzrə hər bir çıxışçı öz nitqində vurğuladı. Din faktorunda siyasətin adının çəkilməsi məncə olduqca acınacaqlı bir haldır. Çünki normalda siyasət elmində nəzəriyyədə olanlar praktikada tətbiq olunur. Amma çox qəribə bir faktordur ki, heç bir dini analiz nəzəriyyədə, siyasi nəzəriyyədə olmasa da bunlar ən qatı şəkildə praktikada tətbiq olunur insanlara qarşı və biz mədəni tədbirlər keçirdirik, maarifləndirici tədbirlər keçirdirik ki, tək İslamofobiya deyil, xristiyanfobiya və yaxud da digər dinlərin üzərində də fobiyalar azalsın. Lakin biz siyasəti dindən ayırmaqla bunu daha tez həll edə bilmərikmi? Və yaxud da bu faktoru çıxarmaqla buna bir həll yolu tapa bilərikmi ümumiyyətlə? Təşəkkür edirəm.
Who would like to try to respond to that? I couldn't actually hear it because of my thing, but Mr.
Yeah, I can.
Jamal?
Yes. Thank you for making the distinction between the politics and what people do. I'm going to talk about from the American experience. America is a nation of immigrants. Not a single group can claim the country for themselves, though some would like to do that. America is very diverse. Not everybody is Islamophobic. But unfortunately, when politics gets into the discrimination, that becomes problematic. And unfortunately, this is now becoming an epidemic around the world. Now we start to see it in India, it is in Europe, it's in China, it's different world. In America, Islamophobia is a multi-million-dollar industry. It is very unfortunate. We have documented that. More importantly, it is very sad to say that, because you did mention we should separate politics from the ordinary people and the interfaith and the common ground. There are, unfortunately, with sadness, there are Muslim countries who are supporting Islamophobia in the West. There are Muslim officials on television, on conferences, telling the European countries that you have Muslim in your country, that they are sleeper cells. They are really a counter-positive rhetoric that they are enhancing Islamophobia against Muslims in the West because of politics, because these places do have human rights violations, and in the West there are freedom to speak. In America, we have a freedom to speak. And when we speak about their violations of human rights, they try to come back and attack those voices. And unfortunately, they support Islamophobia in these countries. I think in America, we have converted or transformed Islamophobia into a vaccine through and gaining more of immune system against Islamophobia by engaging with our neighbors, engaging with other minorities, engaging in interfaith dialogue and strong relationship to tackle the real issues of common life issues that pertain to citizens. But it is health care, it is about social problems. That's what really that country needs. It does not need to have animosity among the different groups, because we are doomed to live together. Muslim, Christian, Jews, whatever it is, the country is for everyone, but we have to separate politics from what the real issues are.
Thank you, Mr. Jamal. We have been asked to actually take several questions at one time, if I'm correct. and then have different panelists answer different questions. So let's take a series of questions now, maybe 3 at this point, because we've only got a few more minutes before the break. This gentleman here.
Indeed, when I asked about the microphone, I wanted to ask to Mr. Usama Jamal about the upcoming elections in United States. You know, we are witnessing after the 7 October Aqsa Tufan in Palestine, in Gaza, and what's happening about that, and the coming elections are very important, and we know all the time, always the elections are something that is motivating or encouraging some discourses of xenophobia or Islamophobia or Islamophobic discourses and politics. What do you expect from as Muslim community in the United States? What are you expecting from the candidates, and what are you, for example, expecting from these candidates, and are you happy about their discourses and their approach to the, for example, will be a difference between the stand of Trump or the Republicans and the Democrats about the stand on Gaza? Because now the Gaza issue is, I think it has the priority in all of the world. Even when we are talking about the Islamophobia, we must not forget about Gaza and what is happening and the silence of Europe or the silence of all the world on Gaza is the most important thing I we should focus in such a conference on Islamophobia. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Another question, Irada. The microphone.
Thank you very much. My name is Irada. It was very interesting to listen to you. I did my studies in Canada, which is they have dual language, and Canada has been successfully implementing the anti-Islam campaign, but unfortunately the Muslim community does not know about this. In 2021, in the time of COVID, the French part of Canada, mainly Quebec authorities, have legalized Bill 21 without putting in onto the referendum. And it's already been for the fourth time when the communities have been voting against it, but unfortunately it's still on. So basically Bill 21 prohibits anyone wearing, quote, religious accessories. By the way, crucifix, hijab, they cannot be called accessories but a necessity. So according to this Bill 21, people wearing, again, quote, accessories cannot work in public places. So Quebec's Prosecutor General was a hijabi woman who was fired as the first thing to do with Bill 21. So why the Muslim community does not react that the Canadian citizens who are of Muslim origin are being prosecuted, they are being fired, and they are being forced to leave their homes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The gentleman behind you had a question. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, we'll take yours, and then this fourth one will be the last one. So we've had a question about U.S. candidates, a question about discrimination in Canada. Your question, sir?
Well, I have a short comment. Diving into your esteemed discussions, you are all revolving around a recent project that we started 6 months ago, stemmed from the need for Islamophobia versus something. So we invented the concept of Islamotopia. This concept will address the very short point in the looping chain between systemic and attitudinal Islamophobia that really becoming a danger in the fabric of communities through the tools like media, think tanks, advocacy groups, with the help and support of stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Thank you. One last question here.
First of all, I'm very glad to see here today the representatives. First I introduce myself, Rauf Mammadov, Doctor of Philosophy, Baku State University. I'm very glad to see here today the representatives not only from Muslim countries, but also from non-Muslim countries, such as Christian countries or the countries with the Christian majority, so-called. I think this kind of topics, like Islamophobia, must be discussed internationally.
Do you have a question, sir?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
First, I will say my opinion, and also,
Because we have 2 minutes.
Okay, yes, because this session is dedicated to the clash of civilizations, the famous theory of Samuel Huntington. I would like to express my opinion about this theory. I think this theory, it makes its negative contribution to many phobias, not only Islamophobia, for example, Islamophobia in Western countries, but also to the kind of Westernophobia in some Eastern countries, like Muslim countries, because mentally or psychologically, this kind of putting of questions like clash of civilization, it brings us back actually the thousand years back to the time of Crusaders, to the time of confrontation between Franks and Seljuks. So I think, yes, I would also would like to.
I'm sorry, sir. We don't want to stand between lunch and the people. So if we could move it on, we've got 1 minute.
Yes, yes. The question, what do you think? Is it not, in my opinion, because it would be more right to shift from the point of view of clash of civilizations to the format like the confrontation between the non-conformistic policy of Western countries, of modern Western countries, and the rights of traditionalistic way of life. Because I think from this point of view, Islam and Christianity have more things in common. So I would.
Question.
Yes, yes. I would like I would like to hear your opinion. What do you think? Wouldn't it be more right to? Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Now we're going to probably only be able to answer one of those questions, which is the question related to the Canadian issue, and how do you deal with the fact that people are being prohibited from wearing religious symbols. After that, it's going to be lunchtime, and if you want to stay around and speak with the participants, please do. But let's see if anyone has comment on the religious symbol question.
Thank you for that question. I think your question was, why is it that the Muslim community in Quebec or in Canada aren't reacting to that? Yeah. Yeah. Let me answer that, because that's not just the issue in Canada. There's similar issues in France in terms of in relation to hijab. There's similar issues in the UK or America as well, because this is becoming endemic. I want to just, and I'll come to the question, I want to just turn it around to say, where's the allyship? Where's the allyship? We took engagement as influence in Britain. In other words, we were engaging with institutions, with MPs. We thought that, and we mistook engagement with influence. That when things happen against the Muslim traditions, people will actually get up. And that's where the allyship come in. And that allyship isn't there when it comes to Muslims. That people have been dehumanized so much that you want the mainstream majority to stand up to say, this is unfair, this is unjust, this is not part of our values, this is not part of our tradition, this is not what Canada believes in, this is not what Britain believes in. But that allyship is in there. That's the first thing. As far as the Muslim community is concerned, there's a fear, there's a real fear that if you are to stand up, then you will be persecuted and prosecuted. I mean, in Britain next week you'll hear that the announcement will be that they're going to redefine extremism, to broaden it up so that you can't even express your views, and if you do, then you'll be kicked out of public service, you will not be able to hold public positions, you will not be able to have platform. So this is a real issue which we have to challenge. But Muslims can't do it on their own. They're in minority in Canada, they're minority in other countries. There has to be the majority who have fought and given their lives for the freedom that we enjoy, to establish liberal democracies, to establish the values, the universal values, that the majority has to stand up and say, no, this is unfair and this is unjust. So I would call upon the majority in Canadian community that you look at the injustices and stand up against those injustices.
Thank you very much. The question related to candidates, I'd like to ask you to speak with the gentleman offline. And the question related to, should we be rethinking the whole approach? That was the purpose of this panel. And I'm hoping that some of the participants were able to address that with you and things they were saying. Please take a moment to come and speak with the participants before you go to lunch if you have additional questions. And again, please, let's give the participants a round of applause. This was very difficult for the short amount of time that they had. They have so much to share, and I really encourage you to speak with each and every one of them. Thank you very much. Thank you to the president, to the Baku Center, and to all the organizers.
So after 2 minutes, we will start our session. panel. Let me welcome all of you to our panel. It's my great honor and pleasure to moderate this session dedicated to confronting Islamophobia in the context of higher education. I would like to kindly ask our panelists to have their seats. Firstly, I would like to ask Professor Tahir Abbas to have his seats. Maybe he will come. And secondly, Mr. Sultan Ahmed Ali. Please, sir, you can have your seat. Professor Mahjoub Ahmed Suleyman Zweiri from Qatar. Dr. Fahd Ahmed Qurashi from United Kingdom. And Mr. Tural Genjaliev. And Rector of Kazakhstan, Nur Mubarak University in Kazakhstan, Mr. Shahat. Please, Professor. Please, here, you can go from my seat. Okay. Sorry. You can come from here, please.
Excuse me.
So I would like to open the session, and our session is dedicated to higher education. And the name of session is Confronting Islamophobia in the Context of Higher Education. As you know, education, and in particular religious education, is very important in overcoming intolerance and in overcoming xenophobia, Islamophobia, and other kinds of injustice and prejudice. And now we'll have many distinguished guests. They will have their speech, they will make their, deliver their speeches. And first I would like to give the floor to, I don't know, Professor Tahir Abbas here or not? To Professor Tahir Abbas. He's not here. Okay. Now let me pass to Mr. Sultan Ahmed Ali from Pakistan. He is the chairman of renowned research think tank Muslim Institute in Islamabad and London, and he is the Diwan Prime Minister of Junagadh State in Pakistan. And his topic is called Confronting Islamophobia, Strategies for Awareness and Action in Higher Education. Mr. Sultan Ahmed Ali, the floor is yours, please. And before starting, I would like to kindly ask our panelists to limit their speeches to 7 or 8 minutes. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, honorable guests, participants, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, and very good afternoon. It's truly an honor to participate in the conference, marking the occasion of 2nd anniversary of the International Day to Combat Islamophobia. I would like to commend the efforts of the Baku International Multiculturalism Center and its director, very dynamic, my brother Ravan Hasanov, and all their collaborators. Whenever we discuss ways to address Islamophobia, we often come across the argument that lack of education about Islam is what leads to ignorant Islamophobes, especially in the West. The question then arises that Western civilizations for centuries have been, for the most part, uneducated and ignorant about Islam. Yet, the rise of Islamophobia in this drastic manner began only after the 21st century. According to FBI statistics on hate crimes in the United States, between 1991 and 2000, the average annual hate crime against Muslims in the United States were only 25. In 2000, this changes drastically. 566 hate crimes were recorded for 2001, along with double-digit average for the next decade. We then observe another uptick in Islamophobic hate crimes in the United States in 2015, 16, and 17, with the rising number of 302, 389, and 426 recorded incidents of hate crime respectively. Similarly, in London and other European countries, I have statistics. Just to shorten my words, I want to say that before 21st century, when West was comparatively unaware, uneducated, and ignorant about Islam, there was no hate crime. But after they became more educated, more aware about the Islam, then you can see through the numbers and statistics the rise in the hate crimes. To understand this dramatic increase in Islamophobia in the 21st century, we need to establish the link between lack of education and Islamophobia. Because for all we know, lack of education and rise of Islamophobia might be correlated. However, as we know in quantitative methodological research, correlation does not mean causation. We need to first unpack the variable of lack of education. While discourse on Islamophobia almost always pertains to discussion on how the public's lack of education on Islam leads to Islamophobic incidents, it's also important to trace where their perception is coming from in the first place. Research in the past 2 decades has shown that Islamophobic sentiments in the West rise up drastically in response to an event that is blamed upon Islam. Tragic events such as acts of terrorism by extremists claiming to be Muslims. The news of such horrific events gets broadcasted to almost every person within the matter of hours, which is in itself an education for those who are not aware of Islam or have never interacted with a Muslim. In this post-colonial era, we see a rise of modern state system in Muslim majority regions that mimics the real politic way to thinking inherited from the colonial powers. Unfortunately, this sadistic realpolitik ideology came at the expense of Islamic ideology, which pushed Muslims further away from the Islamic pacifist ideals that were the true spiritual essence of Islam, also commonly referred to as Sufism. As the realpolitik and selfish manners of life were replaced by the true essence of Islam, that is Sufism, schools and educational institutes also followed suit. We thus gradually moved away from teaching the true essence of Islam in schools and focused on teachings a more hardened vision that oftentimes took interpretation of the world to extremes. In order to truly curb Islamophobia through education, we ought to teach our students the true essence of Islam, which is reflected and brilliantly captured in Sufi thought like those of Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani, Sayyid Ahmad Kabir al-Rifai, Bahauddin al-Naqshbandi, and many more. To do so, We need to start first from our own respective countries by advocating the universities and education ministries to incorporate Sufi teachings into the educational curriculum of Islamic studies. Similarly, we should also call upon these institutions to actively advocate their Western counterparts to implement Sufi teachings in their own religious studies curriculum. And lastly, governments of Muslim countries should allocate funds to international and local universities through setting up grants to pursue research specifically focused on combating Islamophobia through Sufi teachings in higher education. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sultan Ahmed Ali, for your speech. You mentioned in particular about teaching in our schools and universities the true essence of Islam, in particular the Sufi perception. And as you mentioned, Sufi perception of Islam is a peaceful perception. And according to Sufis, we witness the diversity in the universe, but we can see the unity within diversity. Thank you very much indeed. And now I'd like to pass to Mr. Muhammad Shahat Al-Jindi, Director of Nur Mubarak University in Kazakhstan. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I must extend my appreciation and thanks and also greetings for the organizing of this conference. In fact, they are now available with us. That is Mr. His Excellency Raban, yes, Hasinov, and also Mr. We know about Mr. Shafai, yes, Farid Shafai. Welcome, and more and more. In fact, we appreciate of this efforts because we need, really, we need in our Muslim world now that people should be concerned with the international problems, particularly these kinds of problems which are facing Muslims. And we know, so I consider this good initiative from the two institutions here, and this good initiative, in fact, support from all Muslim countries, but we want to not only to talk theoretically, we want these Muslim countries also support practically. I mean, why not? We want to conclude many conferences also in Muslim countries about the same problem, about the same, I think, this same dilemma. It is not phenomenon now. I mean, this, what we say, Islamophobia, not a phenomena, but dilemma now. And we know that this dilemma not only not in Western countries, in the United States of America, France, and also Belgium, and Canada, and more, even this dilemma also transferred to nowadays neighbors, this country, of our country, some countries, Eastern countries. We know that is in India, some problem also with Muslims, in China, some problems also with Muslims, and also Australia. That mean now that is industry. Islamophobia now became industry. I think this kind of industry may very problem for our Muslim communities all over the world. What we want about that? I think from my viewpoint as rector of Nur Mubarak University here in Kazakhstan, we talk about this kind of how can we face extremism. That is very important. And we have center in Nur Mubarak University about to combat extremism. We teach our students to tackle this problem. How? But first of all, they must know what exactly Islam. Islam, moderate Islam. We say Islam not the rigid Islam, also Islam that is not extremism Islam. Islam is the moderate Islam according to what mentioned in the Holy Quran and the Sunnah. That is very clear. That is very clear that we are moderate people, but unfortunately some reasons I think these reasons may be influenced maybe our decision makers that happened, and also about others, and they, unfortunately, Western countries, I think, exploited this situation and propagated about the Islamophobia and the problems of Islamophobia, and they described the Muslim as fanatics people. But Muslims are against human rights. Muslims, not only about Muslim, even against democracy. Muslims, they say Islam does not know democracy. Islam against democracy. Islam against human rights. Islam against civilization. Islam against many things according to even progress itself. They say Islam against progress. Otherwise, if you wanted to say something that Muslims want progress, look at all or most of Muslim countries. Or most of Muslim countries, unfortunately, they are backward in, states, unfortunately, or developing states, as we can see. But so they say Islam, that's from Islam, not from Muslim. And we make many distinctions between Islam and the Muslim. Islam, according, if you wanted to know about Islam, you must know what exactly Islam makes. Islam from the very beginning, and according to the Holy Quran, let me, because only we wanted to know these aspects in Islam. We say, for example, Prophet, peace be upon him, said in Hajjat al-Wada', his pilgrimage, final pilgrimage, and the first one, he talked, all people, Allah is your God, and also your father is Adam. You are human beings. No preference of Muslims, Arab Muslim over non-Arab Muslim. He says that, and we know that. So if they said, why you are against human rights, we say, in the name of, according to international organization now, we are living now in the international organization era, or international organization age. We know that is even United Nations Charter, or even also Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and so on. That is, in fact, all Muslim countries, they approved this. I mean, all Muslim countries, without exception, they approved Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948. Also, all Muslims, they are member in United Nations, and they are say we support, international relations and international organization, and we hope also dialogue between Muslim and non-Muslim, dialogue between what exactly about civilization of Islam and civilization of modern world. But unfortunately, they don't listen to this kind of invitation about we want this kind of dialogue. In fact, we need, according to what we learned about Islam, we need global dialogue about everything. I mean here, local dialogue inside Britain, inside United States of America. About what? About culture, many culture. We talk about many culture. What about Islamic culture? And what about non-Islamic culture? What about human rights in Islam? And what about also human rights in, nowadays? We want some kind of Islam, believe in democracy or not. This I think, we wanted to tackle this issue. And we want also our people and our students also in universities, in schools, in many institutions, we want to know about real Islam, moderate Islam, because some gap here between real Islam and what is taught in the Islamic institution. Maybe we are sometimes talk about Islam according to what exactly in all the books. But nowadays, I think many changes nowadays happen, and we wanted to tackle these changes. What about, for example, we say now, according to International Court of Justice, you know that is International Court of Justice made the 5 legal system, Anglo-American system, also Germany legal system, Marxism or social legal system, and also Latin French system, and the Islamic legal system. According to International Court of Justice, they consider They consider Islam as the main legal system. I mean that is Islam part of modern civilization. Why now with this double standard? Why this double standard between Islam and the Muslims, and even in between Islam and the Muslim, that's inside Muslim states, and also between Islam and non-Muslim state, I mean Western country, we say all time, we accept other, please accept us. Yani nowadays, Muslims, many times, they say, please, listen to us. Maybe we can add something, but unfortunately, Western countries, they don't listen to that. They say, you are poor, you are inferior. If we are superior, we are superpower. So they say, that means Muslims, many things, I think, they are suffering inside these Western countries, and we must be aware about that. What about, for example, if we wanted to make this kind of global dialogue? We want this, I mean, global dialogue according to what? According to peace, according to tolerance, according to peaceful coexistence, according to accept of others, according to human rights. Many things, I think, according to Islam, we can tackle, and we can also influence, I mean, Western countries and Western civilization about these issues and about this, I mean, these cases. So that is, and I think also sometimes, and we want to know that, sometimes we say we want, for example, I know that is many Muslim judges, they were judges in International Court of Justice. Maybe some people, they don't know that, but that's really, I think, from Egypt, we know. That's, I think, two ministers, they were judges in International Court of Justice. Anyhow, we don't talk about what exactly we are there, but the main point, we have legal system, we have judiciary, we have justice. We don't need to this kind of one world only, and this one world, I think that is according to what? United States of America, according to globalization. Globalization is, it means what? No Islam, nothing about Islam, only you talk about Islam as historical, as history, no more. But to talk Islam, how can deal with the new problems and new I mean, human rights and something like that? They say, no, Islam doesn't know something like that. No, be aware about that, and if that is right, what about your country? What about our youth? What about women? So I greet again this organizing, I think, institution today to say that we celebrate International Day of Women. That's a very important and significant issue, because we want also to say, according to our Islam, and that is in explicit verses in the Holy Quran, no difference. Man amila salihan, who works good works, that is no difference between whether that is male or female. That's what exactly Quran says, and what exactly Quran said. And even in case of difference, we say, as this global dialogue, we consider this global dialogue not in doctrinal I mean in Aqidah. I think many schools in Islam talk about Aqidah. We have, as we know, Sunnah and the Guru. We have Mu'tazili and we have Ibadiyya. We have many. And we already practice this kind of multiculturalism inside Islam. And from the very beginning, model of Islam was in Medina State. Medina State, it was from I mean, only from Muhajirin, that's immigrants, and also from Ansar, that's supporter, and from also, as we know, also some Jews and some Christians inside city of Medina or state of Medina. That's from the very beginning. That is the model of Islam. Why United States of America, why Western countries, they refuse this multiculturalism? Why they refuse also this kind of, why Muslim, and do you know that is many people, they were very important, and the Dawawin, according to the institution, in the reign of Umar ibn Khattab, were from Jewish people, not from Muslims. That is, in fact, it was something like this. But unfortunately now, and I think unfortunately now, nowadays Western countries, they say, no, You are all the people who want only one order, that is Islam no more. But I think that is not right. But because we want justice, the main point, justice. Without justice, we can't make anything. And we want new world order. They talk about new world order. What about this new world order? That means that America and this, I mean, superpower, only they take everything, and the Muslim countries, they have nothing with this kind of new world order. I think the matter is more and more. We can talk about it. But anyhow, what we know or what we want to confirm about that, I think we need more and more efforts about this matter, Islamophobia. And I am saying now, according to what we studied in Islam, we know even we have legal schools in Islam. I mean, we have Abu Hanifa, Hanafi school, Maliki school, Shafi'i school, Hanbali school, Zahir school, Imamiyya school, Zaydiyya school, Ibadiyya school. Eight in one question, in one issue. That's happened inside Muslim society and inside Islamic civilization. So they say, no, we are super, and you don't know pluralism, our plurality, you don't know multiculture. Unfortunately, they talk about this kind. So we want to know what exactly and what about Islam offered to civilization and offered also, and how can we add and contribute in new world order. Anyhow, that's what I wanted to, I think, because time, I know that time is short, but anyhow, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jindi, for your wonderful speech. You mentioned many things. In particular, you mentioned the importance of teaching moderate religious views. I know the curricula of your university, Nuremberg University, and I know that you follow this moderate religious views. And you mentioned human rights, the relationship between human rights and Islam, as well as the relationship between democracy and Islam. And in particular, you mentioned the model of Islam, which is the Medina state created by the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Thank you very much indeed. And now I would like to pass to Professor Mahjoub Ahmed Suleiman Zweiri from Qatar, Director of Gulf Studies Center at Qatar University. His topic is called Why Confronting Islamophobia in Higher Education Matters. The floor is yours, please.
Assalamu alaikum jami'an wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Well, it's my pleasure to be with you this afternoon. I would like to thank my brothers and friends in Azerbaijan for inviting me to talk about a very important matter. To be honest, not to me as a Muslim, to the others. There are two basic notes I want to start with. Number one, Islamophobia is an anthropology, sociologist concept created by the others because they feel insecure. Insecurity of them has created. In the time, they have the best technology, the best lifestyle, the best value system they try to import. They talk about Islamophobia. They are insecure. They talk about 1.8 million Muslims across the world. They had created a civilization of 500 years across the globe. They had impact until today across the globe. The others don't acknowledge that because they are insecure. Let them answer the question why they are insecure. That is a very basic note. Number two, Muslims do not need to defend themselves. Do not need to talk that we have human rights. Islam has been presented itself as a religion for all. 1,400 years and more was enough to say that we are the religion of inclusion. We are the religion of a human. We are the religion we value the human. We are the religion we have the rule of the wars. We are the religion we don't kill women. We are the religion we don't kill kids. We are the religion which appreciate a human being whether if they are with us or not. Does the other do that? No. 30,000 of Gazan people were killed. 14,000 of them are children. 10,000 of them are women. Others need to be lectured about a human being. Others need to stop talking about Islamophobia of Islam. Islam is a fact. We as a Muslim as a fact. Others, they have to solve their insecurity. They radicalized us. They colonized us. They demonized us. And all of this has not changed the fact we are the most important religion and the most accepted religion in the globe. Muslims are the fastest human being learn languages. Muslims are the most fast human being can accommodate itself with any culture. Those who lecture on you about adaptation, tell them to read history. That is two basic statements I wanted to start with. Let me go to my main presentation. Why academia and talking about Islamophobia in academia is important. Number one, we need to remember, today there are 240 million students in global universities. If you look at with some ratio, with the average 4 family members, you talk about 1 billion people they have impact through the university. So when they talk about Islamophobia in their university, they are shooting themselves in the feet. Why I'm saying this? Number one, higher education system across the globe has been created to present diversification and respect diversity. They are killing it. Higher education has been created for critical thinking. They are killing it. Higher education has been created to teach people accepting the others. They are killing it. Higher education has been created to prepare individuals to build societies, a healthy society. They are killing it. Higher education is the platform where we prepare the human being and teach them, men and women, that you have a duty toward your societies. When you start dividing the society and trying to promote specific idea, you divided the society where there will be a vacuums to fill by basically a bad guys in each society. When you make the university a platform for politics, for promoting ideas which does not fit with the nature of a human being, and let me make it clear here, Islamophobia is not the only phenomena is being tried to enforce or impose in the university. The debate about sexuality has been also one of the phenomena in the last 2 years. I'm sure you followed up the news about what's happening in the news in different universities. Higher education, why is it critical to talk about it when it comes to Islamophobia? They are trying to reintroduce a new educational system where basically demonizing the others,
sorry, Professor, you have 1
undermining,
minute.
yes, I'll finish with this. Basically trying to demonize the other, undermining their values, and based on that, they accept the fact they can be killed, they can be marginalized. Higher education institution and academic should not allow this to happen. That is the last castle of freedom has left. They manipulated and poisoned politics. They manipulated and poisoned media, and now they come into the academia. When I say they, you know who are they. Politicians who are corrupted, the ideologists who want to sell ideology regardless the respect of a human being. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Zweiri. And I think it's very important that you mentioned in particular about the higher education system. And you mentioned that higher education institutions should be the platform for teaching human values, as well as you mentioned about the history of Islam. That history of Islam in itself is the manifestation of Islamic, how we can say, tolerance. Thank you very much indeed. And now I would like to pass to Mr. Tural Genceliyev. He is the member of Azerbaijani Parliament from Xankəndi. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of God, the Most High and Most Merciful, dear friends, ladies and gents, it's indeed a great honor and privilege for me to address this distinguished panel together with my colleagues, a very important topic. As we are approaching the very sacred month of Ramadan, of course it's important for us to discuss, to debate the issue of Islamophobia, the fight against Islamophobia, how we can tackle this phenomenon. And also it's very important to speak about this trend in the context of higher education. You know, friends, just the title of my intervention is called, "Is there any vaccine against Islamophobia?" Well, if you would like to produce a vaccine, it's also important to see who produces it, how, and by whom. You know, in 2020, when we had this virus, very dangerous virus, which is called COVID, and immediately after the COVID, the vaccine was produced. But we have seen vaccine nationalism, double standards, playing with the vaccine, manipulating this topic. And this virus of Islamophobia, I would say, is more dangerous and more alarming rather than virus of vaccine. So, of course, there's a vaccine. We have to find it, we have to formulate it, figure out how we can tackle the question, the problem that before us. Ladies and gents, you know, this trend, this rising of Islamophobia in the Western world, in the European Union, indeed is very alarming and very dangerous. And it reminds me the pre-Second World War situation, where anti-Muslim hatred, the hatred rhetoric based on ethnicity, nationalistic ideas, destroyed and brought about the Second World War. Unfortunately, we have the same situation now in the world, in the globe, that we are facing. What we are seeing globally, anti-Muslim hatred is on the rise, Islamophobic trends, and even if we are speaking about the Islamophobic trends developing in the context of higher education, let me give you just simple fact. I have a friend, he is a professor, he owns a PhD in physics, and he teaches in one of the universities in Azerbaijan. So he says that whenever Azerbaijani scholar, as an Azerbaijani scholar, as a physicist, he would like to submit his thesis or article to be published in Western, in European media or the scientific magazine, they always reject his article. Well, you can say that there are some bias, there are some double standards, but when we are talking about the hard sciences, or in our case, we are talking about exact sciences like physics, chemistry, and you cannot justify your rejection unless it is based on science. for example, if you are a researcher, a scholar in social sciences, well, someone can say that, you know, this, there are some gray zones, gaps. They can manipulate, bringing about political questions. But when it comes to the exact sciences or hard sciences, it's very impossible or difficult to do it. But unfortunately, we are seeing this manipulation, this rejection of scholars coming from Muslim countries are being rejected on every occasion. And sometimes even you see the cases where, for example, in Western universities, if someone speaks about Islamophobia in their universities, immediately they are getting fired out. They are getting fired from the university. So-called university board assembles. They say that your action, your statement is against our rule. And in this case, for example, again, coming back to my friend, sometimes they reject your publishing your article once, twice, and you insist and you send them email saying that, you know, this article must be published. And very surprising, they bringing the so-called rules of procedure or administrative rules, saying that, excuse me, we cannot consider your article because our rules of procedure cannot allow us to rethink, to reconsider your position. Dear colleagues, of course, this is very alarming. Discriminatory approach must be ended in educational institutions. And by the way, in Western, in European societies, scholarly circles, you cannot find any single Muslim scholar. For example, when we talk about the Islamic studies in the University of France or Germany or whatever European institution or organization is, mostly you will see Anglo-Saxon scholars who are responsible for so-called Islamic or Arabic studies. Rarely, very rarely, you can see some members coming from ethnicities, Slavic ethnicities coming from some Slavic nations. But no single Muslim scholar is invited to have a say about Islamic studies or Arabic studies. This is also very important to fight against this phenomenon, because like in Azerbaijan, we are leading the non-aligned movement. We are very active member of the Organization of Islamic Countries. So my suggestion would be, let us, within the non-aligned movement or within the Organization of Islamic States, to establish our own scientific societies who would be responsible for dealing with these issues. So not to be dependent, for example, the scientific societies of North America or European scientific societies. If you would like to publish your article as a physicist or as a chemistry expert in chemistry, so in this case, you have to have your say, your position, your own platform. And this is also very important in my view. You know, we have seen also, we have been subjected to Islamophobia in our own country. You know, for 30 years, we were subjected to Armenian occupation. Armenian armed forces destroyed, devastated all Muslim cultural heritage in the previously occupied territories of Azerbaijan. So we know how Islamophobia functions, how they carry out their policies against Muslims, against Islamic culture, heritage. So it's very important also to fight this very dangerous phenomenon, Islamophobic phenomenon that are now reigns supreme in every corners of the globe. Dear friends, another very alarming situation is textbooks, scholarly articles. For example, if you just analyze, if you look at the Armenian textbooks for school children, for example, in Armenia, you will see many, many dangerous articles, position against Islam, Azerbaijanophobia, Turkophobia. By the way, I think that we have to also connect the dots, because in Europe, especially, when we are talking about Islamophobia, they also understand this as Azerbaijanophobia or Turkophobia. Like a former diplomat serving in one of the European countries, I figured out where I can follow the news, the activities, for example, of Armenian diaspora. The first channel, the first resource was the Armenian church. Unfortunately, the Europeans, the Westerners using church as a tool of manipulation to carry out, to conduct their policy against Azerbaijan, against Turkey. So this is a mixture of Islamophobic, Turkophobic, Azerbaijanophobic elements are there. Unfortunately, the church has to be very vigilant, especially in the European countries, in the Western countries, because sometimes church has been manipulated by some politicians in Europe. For example, if you look at the sessions at the European Parliament, what you will see, people under the name of church, under the name of Christianity, will speak about Islamophobic ideas, Azerbaijanophobic ideas. Now even we are seeing the same trend in Europe. Whoever speaks mostly loudly about against Azerbaijan, against Turkey, against Islam, they are being promoted in their ranks, in their positions. Maybe, have you ever heard about the so-called politician Geert Wilders in Netherlands? Please just look at to his Twitter or X social network account. What you will see, every single of his status is about Islamophobic ideas, thoughts. Unfortunately, these people are being promoted and being brought to positions that affect the political decisions in Europe and in global, in the world. Even from our perspective, you know, when war broke out between Armenia and Azerbaijan, we were justifying, we were commenting on the war between Armenia and Azerbaijan in terms of just territorial claims. But when you see, when you meet European politicians, they claim that, you know, Muslim, so-called Muslim Azerbaijan, Muslim Turkey is trying to devastate, to destroy Christian Armenia. Christianity is under the threat. This is false. This is absurd, because the conflict in Caucasus started with the territorial claim of Armenia against Azerbaijan. Unfortunately, now we see the same trend, bringing Islam and Christianity, Christianity versus Islam, and using this trend as a tool of manipulation. Armenia being the defender of Christianity in the South Caucasus. This is what the European politicians are now engaged and are now dealing with. We have to support Armenia. You know, the Christian civilization in the South Caucasus is under threat. This kind of absurd populist ideas, unfortunately, now is well promoted, well spread in European countries. Even ultra-right, ultra-left politicians love this topic. They manipulate, you know, this is very good issue to bring into the agenda. Dear friends, of course I can talk, you know, I am also leading the Azerbaijani delegation responsible for the European Parliament. So whenever I have meetings with the European members of the European Parliament, we have the same debate, the same confrontation. They would like to bring this confrontation, this struggle between Islam and Christianity, and manipulate this in their agenda, in their resolutions, in their documents. So having these kind of counterparts, of course, prevent myself, my colleagues, to have rational, to have constructive dialogue, because it is unacceptable for us to have completely indifferent kind of tangents. So just also I would like to conclude that the manifestation of Islamophobia, unfortunately, is something that we have to fight till the end. Just a few days ago, in the French city of Evian-le-Bain, there was a statue or bust of the very famous Azerbaijani writer Khurshid Banu Natavan. She is the daughter of the princess of the Azerbaijani Karabakh kingdom that existed a century ago. So unfortunately, her bust was vandalized by some, I don't know exactly, was it the Armenians behind it or French vandals, but it demonstrates the attitude of European politicians, European societies to the bust, to the statue of the person who is coming from a Muslim country. And this very alarming situation, and we have to be very vigilant. We have to spread the word. We have to stop this unless it is getting more and more dangerous. And at the end, dear colleagues, I would like to say that, of course, there is a vaccine. If we take into account the elements that Islamophobic trends must be abolished, and all the elements of Islamophobic ideas must be removed from the agendas of the politicians, from any people who manipulate this must be stopped, unless there is a understanding of coexistence of different cultures, ethnicities, religions. Like in Azerbaijan, we have established very beautiful atmosphere. This ambience of coexistence of religions, of different ethnic minorities, the harmony that we are living, we are witnessing in Azerbaijan, can be exported and can be learned as a model of tolerance, coexistence. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ganjaliev. You mentioned that Islamophobic tendencies take place not only among some radical groups, but also within academia. And I think it is a pity that we have this kind of tendencies within academia and higher educational, within some higher educational systems. And you mentioned about Islamophobia in Armenia, and I think it's undeniable fact, because hundreds of mosques and shrines, Muslim shrines, have been destroyed in Armenia. Even in the city of Yerevan, nowadays the capital of Armenia, we had many mosques, many Muslim shrines, and all of them, they were demolished. Thank you very much for your speech. And now I would like to give the floor to Dr. Fahd Ahmed Qurashi from the United Kingdom. He is a lecturer in criminology at the University of Salford and research director at the IAN Institute. His topic is dedicated to Islamophobia in higher education in the era of equality, diversity and inclusion. Mr. and Dr. Qurashi, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum everyone and good afternoon. I want to start by thanking the organizers for the effort and the energy that they expended in arranging the conference. It's a great commendable effort, and also thank you for having me on this panel to speak. So I want to speak about confronting Islamophobia in higher education. Typically in many contemporary discussions, one solution to Islamophobia in higher education is often more equality, diversity and inclusion, otherwise also known as EDI. Now, on the one hand, EDI does offer some benefits for racially minoritized people in trying to create more inclusive spaces, or trying to incorporate more faculty of racially minoritized backgrounds into the institution. But I want to also problematize this as a solution and think also about how EDI can be complicit in Islamophobia in higher education and on campuses. Contemporary Islamophobia in higher education is rooted in the decades-long presence of Muslims in higher education. And over the decades, as Muslims have entered higher education and made demands on power for their right to be in a historically white, secular-dominated institution in the West, and as they've expressed their politics and politically mobilized around an Islamic identity, as they've challenged Islamophobia and racism, their presence has been experienced as a challenge and reframed in different terms, as extremism, as fundamentalism, and as radicalism. Now, this has been a precursor to their containment and discipline. And it's in these conditions that Islamophobia emerges to marginalize Muslim political identity and agency. Contemporary forms of Islamophobia in the form of fundamentalism, extremism, and radicalism today emerge to recenter the West after formal decolonization, when Muslim states gained independence and the second, third generation of Muslims in the West began to politically express themselves in Islamic terms. So I want to think about higher education and how, in an era that's characterized by equality, diversity, and inclusion, and multiculturalism, Islamophobia has continued to grow. In particular, I want to think about how liberal EDI agendas have been complicit in institutionalizing Islamophobia in the way that they've been used to make the case for a disciplining of the intolerant Muslim presence on campus. Since the mid-20th century, in an era characterized by the black civil rights movement in the United States, the defeat of apartheid in South Africa, and the formal end of colonial projects and the emergence of anti-racism legislation and multiculturalism in Europe and the US, racism could no longer be expressed in its traditional form. This was even more so in higher education, given that it represents universal liberal ideas of freedom of speech and equality and multiculturalism and so on. So in higher education, over the past few decades, liberal EDI agendas have increasingly become complicit in the expression and practice of Islamophobia as its expression changed. The story of contemporary Islamophobia in higher education starts when Muslims begin to express themselves as Muslims in Islamic terms as opposed to using secular terms such as Asian, African, and black students. As Muslims begin to articulate Islamic political identities in higher education, as Muslim political agency grew, it coincided with the Muslim presence on campus being treated as a threat, as a fundamentalist extremist threat. This reframing of Muslim students as fundamentalists and extremists was set against a backdrop of a history of anti-racism amongst young Muslims protesting during the Rushdie affair, the Gulf Wars, and the War on Terror. And so Muslim students brought those politics onto the campus. So there was already an emerging narrative about the threat of Muslims in the West. But the Muslim presence on campus expands these debates from threats to the Western way of life, to the Muslim threat to academia, to non-Muslim students, and the hidden agendas of Muslims, which is oftentimes known as entryism in the UK. Of course, this led to a range of disciplinary measures targeting Muslims. And so what we see essentially is the active, organized Muslim political organization on campus being reframed as an extremist fundamentalist threat because it threatened or it challenged the settled white character of higher education as Muslims challenged racism and made demands for their right to exist on the campus. So Muslims as extremists and fundamentalists disciplined Muslims as disruptive and troublesome students, operating outside the confines of free speech, and thus resulted in regulation and control, limiting their ability to move and participate in higher education. It meant that Muslim campaigns, demands, and requirements and needs have regularly been dismissed and delegitimized and resulted in a lack of institutional accommodation for Muslim students, contributing to worse academic performance and student experience. It's led to limitations on Muslim free speech, particularly on issues specifically impacting Muslim students or of concern to Muslim students amongst many others, such as counterterrorism, Palestine solidarity, and so on, where we see anti-racism campaigns being read as Muslim extremism on campus. It's also led to the refusal to provide provision for Muslim students or the removal of pre-existing provision, for example, prayer rooms on campuses. And it's led to Muslim politics being read as entryism across schools and higher education. And so in this way, Muslims are seen to be harming the peaceful, liberal, civilized campus space so that they need to be contained for the well-being of others. The regulation and disciplining of Muslims and their politics in higher education was made possible by racializing Muslims as extremists en masse. Following their racialization as extremists, equality, diversity, and inclusion agendas have been central in characterizing Muslims as perpetrators of racist actions and racist speech on campus. And it's been one of the notable features of higher education institutions' attempts to curtail pro-Palestine solidarity on campus with accusations of anti-Semitism. Multicultural ideas embedded in EDI agendas have been central to reframing Muslims as racist from which the campus needs to be protected. It's Muslims in this view who are characterized as antithetical to liberal ideas and values of multiculturalism and EDI that present a threat to the campus, given that they're racialized as opposing tolerance, freedom of expression and equality, that they're somehow backward, that they lack enlightenment, don't respect Western liberal values, and threaten the peace and harmony of the campus. That as a result of this, their politics, campaigns, and demands, through the usual mechanisms of student politics, need to be suppressed for the well-being of all in the interests of liberal tolerance, especially other minorities. To accommodate Muslims is to therefore give in to the demands of extremists. This has existed in parallel to a failure to recognize Muslims as victims of racism and Islamophobia in higher education, and little support for Muslim students because Islamophobia is tolerated in the interest of the campus well-being and tolerance for all, and Muslim politics are collapsed into extremist registers. Instead, higher education institutions have tended to buttress their EDI credentials elsewhere by focusing on other oppressed groups such as women and LGBT communities. So over the past few decades, anti-racist EDI practice in higher education has moved to a position that incorporates the practice of Islamophobia through a suppression of Muslim politics and identities in the interests of all to preserve a liberal, tolerant campus free from extremism. In this way, liberal ideals, language, and models of EDI are used to reinforce Western hegemony in higher education. So Muslim students have been considered threatening, risky, and extreme since long before 9/11, and EDI agendas have been complicit and the key means by which Islamophobia is practiced in higher education. The effect of 9/11 was not to create Muslims as extremists anew on the campus, because that was already established. What 9/11 and the war on terror do is simply provide an easy means of securitizing the Muslim presence on campus with new procedures and policies that institutionalized Islamophobia. What the war on terror does is formalize and concretize the Islamophobic framing of Muslims in EDI agendas and gives it a new impetus as it becomes institutionalized. So to conclude, confronting Islamophobia in higher education in these conditions is not an easy task, because Islamophobia has been entrenched, normalized, and institutionalized over decades and made common sense by political leaders and university managers, institutional and state policies and legislations. But there is some hope in decolonial movements and thinking that attempt to unravel institutionalized, racialized ideas, policies, and practices about minorities as backward and in need of Western democracy and civilization. Decolonization on the campus can be useful in enhancing teaching practices and curriculums in higher education to address some of these challenges by broadening the scope of curriculums to incorporate new perspectives from outside of the Western world, to enhance teaching practices to produce students as global citizens, comfortable with multiple perspectives, worldviews, and ways of knowing the world that elevate societies and people from mere objects. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Qurashi. And you put a special emphasis on the importance of inclusive higher education. And as an expert on religious education, I would say that unfortunately in nowadays world, in many countries of the world, we witness exclusive education, in particular exclusive religious education, rather than inclusive and pluralistic education. Thank you very much for your speech. And now I would like to give the floor to Dr. Samira Ahmad from the USA. She is Executive Director of the Family and Youth Institute. And her topic is Muslim youth confronting Islamophobia in higher education. The floor is yours, please.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I want to begin by first thanking the organizers for, one, inviting me, as well as the opportunity to speak on a topic that often is not discussed. And that is the intersection of Islamophobia and Muslim mental health, and how that has an impact on college students. So when we talk about this, and many of my esteemed co-speakers have talked on the different elements of Islamophobia and the impact on different aspects of society, what we often don't look at is how is that impacting the college students, right? So when we talk about Islamophobia, we have to recognize that there are impacts at the institutional level as well as the individual level. And what I hope to do is identify and bring awareness to this, and then provide recommendations for us to apply as we tackle Islamophobia. So what does it look like? What does Islamophobia look like in higher education? What we see is a complex and multifaceted phenomena which both impacts direct and indirect forms of aggression that's perpetrated across various different contexts and by different individuals. And so at the systems level, there are policies within higher education that we just listened to, and that results in the amplification of stereotypes, fostering fear and mistrust. And that impacts Muslim students. This unwarranted reduction of Muslims as a homogenous other, as individuals who often are, this othering is deeply ingrained and unchallenged, manifested in many different campuses. Now at the individual level, we also see there's a profound developmental impact on Muslim youth. And so there are 5 ways it's showing up when we look at what's happening in higher education. First, there is a lack of support and educational investment to tackle Islamophobia from higher education administration. And when we talk about that, what we see is institutionally, Islamophobia can be observed as Muslim students feel inadequately supported by their administration. They have not taken enough substantial actions, like forming task force, like providing funding, to address the issues and challenges and the impact of Islamophobia on campus. And there is a broad failure to treat Islamophobia and anti-Black racism, anti-Arab racism with the same urgency as other forms of racism on campus. And so young people, college students, notice this. Secondly, this results in power dynamics that then has an impact on Muslim youth, Muslim college students' self-monitoring behavior. Muslim students experience a power differential because they are already marked as the other. And this is experienced through microaggression on a daily basis, whether it's inaccurate information in the curriculum, or the assumptions and stereotypes made about their abilities, or if it's even questioning their objectivity on certain topics. And so this then leads to college students being cautious in academic spaces, resulting in more self-monitoring of their behaviors and not fully authentically engaging in academic discourse. This then moves to number 3. What we see is, because of this unchecked Islamophobia, because of this ongoing othering, increasingly Muslim students are experiencing questions of personal safety on campus. The recent incidents in what's happening in Gaza and the impact of what's happening on student campuses, when young people are being targeted for their political beliefs, their concerns against humanitarian, the genocide that's taking place, young people are getting doxxed. Administration is not being there to make changes. They're not addressing the issue. And so then young people are seeing that they are not protected. We see recently in the United States incidents of killing of children as well as college and attempts to shoot college students. And so then this has an impact and question of safety for their well-being. that also has an impact on their learning environment. And so what we see is the response of young people is disengagement from their academic community, from the influence and the impact of their ability to contribute and connect with society. And this has long-term impact for every nation state. Fourthly, when we think about Islamophobia, it's also having an impact on their identity development. We often don't talk about the impact of identity and mental health on Muslim youth, but this is a stage where young people are really focused on developing a sense of belonging in society and amongst their peers. Now, in this time frame where they're feeling not protected personally, not acknowledged by their institution, then that results in young people disengaging more and more with society, feeling isolated, feeling that they don't matter. And so oftentimes what we are seeing now is that young people are less involved in civic engagement and becoming more and more marginalized. Right? And this is problematic, not just for Muslim students, but for society as a whole. And then when we think about this alienation that's happening, we're seeing mental health impact, which is the fifth area of impact that we're seeing. And then what we're seeing now is that there is increase in feeling silenced and voiceless, which is resulting in the internalization of behaviors such as not having the energy, not being able to concentrate, not being able to complete their academic work. Secondly, you have the externalizing behavior, the anger, the yelling, the unwilling getting into fights on campus. These internalizing and externalizing behavior have a profound mental health impact. And this may also lead to questioning of self-worth, a heightened self-consciousness, self-monitoring of their behavior. And oftentimes, because of the lack of trust and support in institutions, they're also not seeking support and mental health support from facilities around them. And so because you're less likely to get support, increased vulnerability, they also are less likely to reach out and be connected to social supports within their community. And so this brings into increased vulnerability and difficulties in coping. And so what we're finding is the impact on their mental health, impact on learning, impact on academic performance, impact on motivation, and the result is having economic impact as well. And so what we find is there is increase in college dropout, reduced earning potential, and the cycle of marginalization continues, resulting also in income inequality.
Dr.
All
Ahmed,
of which have
you have 1 minute.
Impact. In terms of what to do at the interpersonal level, really the importance of promoting community building and incorporating protective factors such as religion and culture, and fostering identity. Secondly, in terms of the institutional changes that need to happen, some of that which was previously talked about, also the importance of condemning and supporting the changes that are taking place on campus when there are incidents that are of concern, and the importance of the administration to be proactive. Finally, the manifestation of Islamophobia on university campuses is deeply rooted and multifaceted, and so there needs to be a multifaceted approach in tackling these changes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. Thank you for focusing in your speech on the problems of Muslim students and Muslim youth as a whole in the United States of America in terms of Islamophobia. Thank you very much. And finally, the last but not least, Dr. Badrein bin Lashen from Qatar. He is a Research Associate Professor of Religion and Civilization Studies, Ibn Khaldun Center for Humanities and Social Sciences, Qatar University. And his topic is dedicated to the cultural roots of Islamophobia. Can education help overcome the problem? The floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah, salatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee, especially Mr. Fidan Hadi and his colleagues. And also, I am happy to attend this very important conference to share some thoughts with my colleagues and learn from them. My topic is about education. Can education help us combating Islamophobia? First of all, okay, the case is that we are living in a globalized world. Yes. And there is a clear interconnectedness between individuals, societies, and cultures, especially as a result of digital revolution, development, and etc. However, there are some obstacles facing this globalized world where we should live together, where we should coexist and have kind of cooperation and mutual understanding. In this regard, Islamophobia is an obstacle, is a real obstacle. It's a very significant one, which hinder the coexistence of nations and people, religions, and civilizations, because it describes Muslims in a irrational way, with prejudice, discrimination against Muslims, their civilization, their religion, and their culture. Therefore, it is crucial for intellectuals, academicians, scholars, and the religious leaders, and elites and decision makers to collaborate in dismantling this phenomenon. My paper is try to look into the cultural roots. Of course, phenomena has many roots, but the most important one is the cultural one. Since the advent of Islam, since the first writings of John of Damascus, then the Crusades, then colonialism, and until we reach the culmination of war against Islam in the name of war against terrorism, especially after the events of 9/11. However, the most important one, the most important root of Islamophobia is Orientalism as field of knowledge, as academic field, contributed too much in portraying very negative, distorted image of Islam and Muslims. Orientalists in general, especially the pioneers of Orientalism, whether 19th century or until the end of 20th century, for example, Renan or Bernard Lewis and others, they spent too many efforts in distorting the image of Islam and Muslims, and they used so many strategies. They deliberate selection of sources. They don't use authentic sources. They try to frame Islam as backward, barbaric, lack of creativity. Also, there is kind of exaggeration. They use so many techniques to exaggerate what is not maximal and maximize what is minimal. This field of knowledge led to crisis, and the crisis of Orientalism can be seen in the following points. Orientalism usually divided the world into two unequal worlds: Western superiority, centrality, and Eastern marginality or inferiority. Also, Orientalism is subject to the control of so many ideologies. third crisis is that they generalize what cannot be generalized, and they reduce what is complicated. Also, the neglection of recent changes in Muslim thought and in the Muslim world. The other one is the inclusion of so many myths in their works. And the last one is that Orientalism, instead of discovering the East and let the Eastern people work or talk about themselves, Orientalism speaks on behalf of the East. Therefore, the only way to change the mindset is education, because education is the process of building, nurturing, and shaping human beings, as well as forming their awareness. Sorry. Yes, this one. Therefore, education is the strategic gateway to combating Islamophobia. Education serves as a multifaceted tool in combating Islamophobia by not only imparting knowledge, but also by fostering critical thinking, empathy, and providing exchange of programs and scholarships. In terms of promoting critical thinking, when we talk about education, we are talking about three things. First, the curriculum, in terms of its structure, content, and sources. Second, we are talking about teaching or education environment. The third, we talk about research and knowledge production. Regarding the curriculum, there is a need, real need, to develop curriculum that helps students, especially in higher education, to have kind of critical thinking, to provide them with open dialogue and debate environment, to encourage students also to question what is considered as realities, and also encouraging students to reflect critically on their own biases. Also exposing students to the primary sources of Islam, not those sources which are marginal. Regarding the educational exchange of educational programs in Qatar University and Hamad bin Khalifa University in Qatar, we have some programs that welcome students from different parts of the world. This type of exchange educational programs may help people to understand each other more and more. The third one is fostering empathy, to provide environment which is friendly to the other, to learn from our culture without barriers. The fourth one is to organize a joint research project and visiting professor programs, because joint research project involving scholars from diverse backgrounds may facilitate the exchange of knowledge, may perspectives, also insights about Islam and Muslims. Visiting professor programs allow scholars, especially those who are working on Islam and Muslim world, to get in touch with different sources and also engage in the mass and the public in debate with other Muslim counterparts. Also, joint research project and visiting professor programs help build bridges between academia in the Muslim world and in the West. I want to conclude with this conclusion. In globalized world, efforts to control or distort Islam's image hinder mutual understanding. And the wisdom dictates us the necessity to foster coexistence among religions, cultures, and civilizations. Wisdom also entails moving beyond historical attitudes that are no longer relevant or realistic, and instead of that, developing an understanding of Islam based on factual knowledge rather than imagination. Actually, there is need to embracing our contemporary reality, recognizing that the world has become interconnected and acknowledging our shared destiny as one global community. In this regard, education holds immense potential. I am sorry, I am not following that. Okay. In this regard, education holds immense potential in combating Islamophobia by promoting a critical thinking, empathy, exchange programs and research projects, and visiting professorship, by equipping individuals with the knowledge and skills to challenge stereotypes, engage in dialogue, and advocate for mutual understanding. Education lays the foundation for more inclusive and harmonious coexistence. However, all this cannot be achieved without a vision that requires concerted effort from educators, scholars, and policymakers in institutional way. Thank you. Wassalamu alaikum.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Ben Lashin. As you mentioned, Islamophobia is an obstacle to peaceful coexistence, and it is crucial for scholars, for religious leaders to cooperate and in dismantling this phenomenon. And the only way, I think, or the best way is, as you mentioned, proper education. I am very thankful to all our panelists for obeying the time limit. And now I would like to open the floor for discussions. For the reason that we have very limited time, so we can have few questions. Please. First ladies. Sorry, can we give them microphone? Yeah. First to the lady, then.
Thank you very much for all your presentations. My name is Susana Mangana. I'm from Spain, and I've lived for the last 20 years in South America, in Uruguay, Montevideo. I'll try to go quite quickly, although I'm here because I agree with all of you, these morning sessions and now in the afternoon. There is Islamophobia, but let's stir up a little bit the debate, because the people in the back, they're a little bit bored and they've been talking all the time. So I don't agree with certain things that have been said, and I have to tell you why. First, the title of the session is Confronting Islamophobia in the Context of Higher Education. All I've heard, except for Dr. Ahmed, the Muslim lady from the US, and also Dr. Ahmed, who spoke about Islamophobia on campus, all the rest has been a diagnosis. We know the diagnosis. I've been coming to different conferences on Islamophobia, and we always repeat the same concepts, the same ideas, the origin of the term, the meaning of the term, and we make general statements. I agree with the last professor who spoke about how we have to pay more attention to education and educating on tackling Islamophobia, but that's too general for me at this stage. But I do feel that it's important to say, yes, okay, there is Islamophobia. What are we going to do about it? Because let me tell you, Dr. Let me just say the name correctly, Ganjaliyev. And I'm very proud to be here in Azerbaijan, a country that I adore. This is my 4th time. But let me tell you that I think it's too general to say in Europe. I come from Europe as well. And it's not the same situation in the UK as in Spain. It's not the same Spain as Italy, and as it is not the same to talk about the reality of the US and the UK and Canada compared to Portugal, right? So if we want to really tackle things seriously and professionally, we need to be more careful about these things. When you spoke about this friend of yours that he feels he's discriminated when it comes to publications, as a professor, as an academia person, let me tell you, it is very hard to publish in Q1 scientific research papers. These are blind. Sometimes you have to pay even 5,000 euros if you want to be published. So we have to be careful, because not everything is discriminatory. Sometimes there are good reasons for not publishing a paper. I don't publish as often as I would. I've been rejected as well, okay? But I mean, that's only an anecdote. But when you also said, and that is a little bit personal for me, when you said, oh, think who is directing the classes and the courses or the permanent chairs on Islamic and Arabic studies. Well, let me tell you, I'm very proud of myself. I'm a Roman Catholic Christian, but I speak Arabic, alhamdulillah, and I've traveled and lived in the Middle East for many years. I've come to your country for 4 times, and I've been speaking about Azerbaijan, defending Azerbaijan in South America ever since the embassy of your country opened up there. So I've done a very jolly good job of spreading equilibrium and Islam in the right sense, even better than the embassies of the Muslim countries in that country. So we have to be careful. I'm Spanish, but I'm not entitled to talk about the civil war in my country. Paul Preston from the UK, he does a far better job than me, and he's British. So we have to be careful about this. What we do need to do is forget about the general statements. Let's get our minds into working together. For example, I offer myself to the professors here. We can start collaborating via remote, perhaps on Zoom, perhaps promoting projects, exchange programs. Otherwise, you are just saying, this is the diagnosis, the West is against us. It doesn't work like that. In Spain, we have many, many students. I believe from your accent, perhaps the last professor is from Morocco? Am I right? Qatar, but are you Qatari? I don't think so. Well, most Moroccans that I see on campuses in Spain, they're quite happy to be in higher education. I'm not saying there is no problem. Of course there is a problem. That's why I'm here. But look, Dr. Ahmed, you became professionals and you got your PhD degrees in the West. So it's not black or white. We have to be able to talk about gray spaces, and we don't have to reproduce stereotypes about the Muslim world. For example, it's good that Dr. Ahmed, a woman, on the 8th of March is sitting there. Otherwise, this morning we had sessions with only men sitting there. So we have to think about these things too if we want to change the mentality.
Thank you.
Okay? So that was my discussion.
Thank you, Professor, for your comments. I think it was a comment. So, Mr. Genceliev, maybe you can.
Thank you very much.
Statement.
Just with all due respect to your comments and ideas, I just would like to clarify that when I speak about the European Union, Europe, I mean the elites, the political authorities who take decisions. For example, when we see the burning of Quran in Sweden, and police is being deployed to protect this, it is not, excuse me, the freedom of speech. And when you insult Muslims and Islam in Netherlands, and you are being elected the most famous politician, Geert Wilders, I mean that the political elite of the European countries, the EU, the people who take decisions are Islamophobic. But when it comes to people, European people like Spain, of course, you have very rich culture, heritage of Islam in your country. You respect, you protect it. And also we see in some European countries drawing of caricature of Prophet of Islam, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. We do not accept this. I mean Islamophobia. When I speak about Europe, I mean this trends. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have just comment, please.
Sorry, we have very limited time.
I know, but sorry, sorry. I respect all of what you said, but let me make 2 quick points. This platform is not completely an academic platform, and there is a need to convey a strong message that Islamophobia, we should not be fear of that, are a Muslim. We should be strong. That's the message, because that is my understanding. I know in academic platforms, we have to be more consistent, more adequate, and more coherent. I have no doubt about it as a professor. But also, you talk about Europe has not been, you cannot talk about one Europe in one basket. Europe talk about us in one basket. But again, when I say Spain is silent, when I say Portugal is silent, when I say others silent of, for example, burning the Quran or disrespecting Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, that to me a message. That to me a message, because there is a saying in Arabic, "Sakat al haq shaitan akhras." I mean, at least if you don't accept it, at least say it, because as you say, I'm not talking about myself. I believe most of the Muslims, they don't deal with the issue putting Europe in one basket. They do acknowledge the differences. They do acknowledge it. They do acknowledge that there is different position. However, politicians are not consistent on doing so. And countries are not doing enough. Those who are basically more, I would say, balanced, they are not doing enough. So the only voices we hear as actually are negative voices. That is the reason why our discourse is focused on this.
Thank you. Okay. Okay.
Silent as well with what is happening in Gaza.
Okay,
They're silent.
Professor, the time is over, so maybe you have 30 seconds, maybe.
I know you talk about, we talk in general, that's right, maybe, but we want also mechanisms. I think it is very important to also, because if we look to Western countries, they make codification against the Muslim, I mean some legislation in Western countries that is issued against the Muslim, and they make no, even they talk about citizenship and something like this, but also the same practically. I think we want to address this kind of questions and this kind of problem, and also at the same time also, for example, in Europe they use, I mean, social media and the many things, and what we want about technology, and we want to use this technology for combat Islamophobia, or at least to tackle this phenomena or this dilemma.
Okay, I am sorry, but I have to stop. So I would like to close the session. I am very grateful to our panelists and to our participants. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you.
Dear guests, please attention. There's a small announcement. Please note there is an interreligious harmony festival not far away from the hotel. The pickup place is hotel lobby and the time is 5:30 p.m. Another announcement, there will be a dinner at 7:30 p.m. The pickup time and the pickup place is hotel lobby. Thanks for your attention.